Merhaba, Keshe Vakfı Uzay Gemisi Enstitüsü Türkçe Bilgi Arayanlar Çalıştayı'na hoş geldiniz. Bu hafta Keshe Vakfı Uzay Gemisi Enstitüsü 158. Bilgi Arayanlar Çalıştayı'nın altyazılı bir gösterimini yapacağız. Ardından genel bir tekrar olacak ve sorularınız için ve paylaşımlarınız için zaman verilecek. Şimdi giriş videosu oynatacağım.
You are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous eco-gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, is very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Şimdi 158. Bilgi Arayanlar Çalıştayı'nın videosuna geçeceğiz. Altyazı şeklinde gösterim yapılacak.
And good morning to you, good day, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these workshops. As we are fully aware, we have moved in the 4th year of teaching, and it's a joy to see how the work of Keshe Foundation worldwide, as all of us, is bearing fruit. Hopefully, in the coming week or so, we make a, or maybe a couple of weeks, we make a very important announcement for the future of the foundation. As in a way, our work as a team, as an international organization, as a family, has started paying off. Governments have started taking notice of the work and the change which this technology can bring. And what we see now is deployment of the technology. We expect sometimes around first, second week of April to organize an international meeting, press conference between 3 countries in announcing a new direction for the medical application of the Keshe Foundation worldwide in implication of the new technology, especially in the field of radiation and cancer. Our work will carry on the way it has been set, and it will not change. The only problems we see in the growth is the growth of the foundation and the technology, the way it's going. Many of you have done a lot of work, and many of you are still busy in your own way, and the level of understanding you're adding to the knowledge of the man. I thank you all. Without all of us, this would not be possible. I was told why last week I made again a concentrated effort in respect to DL and the website of the Fact About Keshe. We have achieved a major breakthrough in respect to DL and the organization and the people he's involved in. As we have seen for the first time, he has not posted anything since we asked him to write about the fire which a woman was murdered, because this gave them a direct indication we know too much. The second clue I gave in that presentation was that the company Philips International directors are innocent. They've just been pulled into. So they got to know that we know about the scam they set up 9 years ago, in the 17 years ago, in 1999, when the software programmer was dead. There are 2 pieces of missing information with this, and this missing information was the murder of the scientist in Holland 17 years ago is directly connected to the murder in Belgium 8 years later. The people who are involved and been involved are both still active. DL is one of them. And the research team and security have come up with a very interesting result. The person interviewed by the police for the murder in Belgium in 2008, where now we see securities have put the picture of the fire and the name of the person who is supposed to be shooting himself or whatever. These are historical facts. The person who's been interviewed as part being involved in it has been writing patent by DL in 1998, 1999. We have found a lot about clandestine activities of this organization, these people. Strange enough, on the day of the death of the scientist in Holland, a briefcase went missing. Strange enough, the reason for the murder in Holland 8 years later is that briefcase they were trying to retrieve. We are talking to prosecutors, we are talking to the lawyers, we are talking to families of all involved for very direct and work that these two gentlemen have been busy with. We have spoken and we are speaking to national securities, and strange enough, the pattern of the death in Belgium in 2008 follows the same procedure as Fabio's, but in a different way. Secondly, when we read what has been published by securities, a senior witness in respect to this death of the girl in prison, I have met as a colleague of DL and the man who's been interviewed, and nobody knew this. For the first time we're releasing it and we have informed the securities. The man who supposed to be a major witness, I've met twice. I didn't remember. DL reminded me while we were writing the books. He said, you met him in the negotiations with Keshe Foundation and major tire manufacturers in Germany. He was an instrumental introduction. So now you understand how a briefcase and the rest is set up. In every direction we see, and now the police most probably will go ahead with taking the bodies out of the graves for second testing, because the family was suspecting murder, but they could not go anywhere. But they didn't have any indication that after the murder of the father, two guys are patterning and selling the same information for the same amount of 100 million euro. Securities most probably in the coming week will release all the communications. You have seen there is no allegation. We work on a hard, solid fact, even hard, solid fact that DL's, what I call collaborator, has been interviewed for the murder in Belgium, but they didn't have sufficient evidence because they could not connect the gentleman who killed himself in prison and supposedly, and DL's partner. They were in meeting with us twice. We have given evidence to the police and the lawyers. So it's not that it's coincidental. This guy was set up to find out how and where the suitcase is, and when they found out, they went for it, making the murder, what do you call it, some sort of trying to get it, and they got the suitcase, and now it's the same suitcase that's gone missing by the death of the scientist, carries the code of what you call it, compression. That's why they could not complete it. The suitcase was a key. This suitcase gone missing on the day of the death of the scientist in Holland. I thank all of you who are bringing information to us. You're collaborating with us. We will need your support to put information directly to the police in Holland again, because it's part of us that are attacking. The next step was the murder of me by the same two guys, and then they couldn't get it. The same plan, the same way as the accidental fire was set up. We saw two guys came to teaching of Valletta, trying to carry out the live assassination. While I was teaching on the Thursday, when they got caught the night before, one disappeared, and the one who was supposed to be a friend disappeared in South Korea. So now the police has most of the pictures, because the murders are connected, the same people. Again, The name of interesting DL has been on the file of Italian police for my attempted murder from the first time in the Sassano. This is not the accusation we make. As we said, we keep our friends close, our enemies closer. So we have to inform you, unfortunately, it started with Alan. We tried to put a pedophile away, but coincidentally, it has spread up literally to murder 4 people, which has nothing to do with us, but we have come to understand DL appears in every connection. The gentleman in Holland, the girl in Belgium, the man in prison who is closely associated with DL and his partner, and Fabio. Now, international investigation by the police has started. We are talking to the lawyers. Implication of this is huge, but the interesting thing is that the death of the man in prison, the major witness, is done by the police internally by DL. So now the police officers will go on the investigation. We know who's organized it. Same people as tried to kill me in Belgium. And very interesting, the police of Belgium is involved in murdering people in prisons. These are not allegations. Mysterious death, attack on my life. As we know, the same officer came to kill us in Belgium. And if you are a correct officer, you stand your point, you have a warrant, you don't start running, chasing, hiding behind the cars. It's been videoed. The same officer as has killed the person in prison. The same officer worked closely with DL. It's unfortunate a technology like this has to come across like this. Maybe a technology like this had to come to open the hand of the ones who are behind a lot of work stopping new technologies. We do not make accusation. Research people have put the pictures up. We asked DL to put it. For a week he's gone silent. Now the research team and security team have put it on Facts About Dirk. Read it. It's newspaper articles. Most probably in the next couple of weeks we might bring the members of the families of people who have been murdered in this, and we'll give you a solid proof that these people have been involved in. We have a certain investigation outside Belgium because we had to. In Belgium, DL is well embedded with what I call gangsters. And as you've seen, we shown last week how he says he's a very straightforward man and the other guy is a scam. Now when we showed that he's on top of the political party with somebody who calls a scam, he could not deny it. It's his name. He spilled the website. And when we asked for the details of the file to be released, nothing has been done. Now security people have put it, the names are there, and investigation into what they call accessory to murder in respect to DL and his associates has started. We would like to see, because there is enough evidence to prove the connection. I have met the same guy twice prior for me to go to China 8 years ago with the associate of DL and DL present in the room. He told me who the guy was when he told me he killed himself in prison. Says, you met him, you know who it is. And then, strange enough, he told us that strange enough why his associate, he doesn't know how he's got hold of this suitcase. I couldn't understand that time. What was the significance of finding a suitcase? Till we spoke with the family of the scientist who died in Holland before. Black suitcase carrying the initial of the scientist. This is a shame to be, and we are just repeating what is in public domain. Nothing has been put out which is allegation. We become a major point for cleaning our name. We saw a year of relentless attack. Do not forget that it was DL, as I said, who called the doctor in Bulgaria to say how I was poisoned, me being Italy, never spoken to him, and him in Belgium, while his colleague in Belgium was poisoning me. Now you understand, international criminal organizations to destroy scientists, to take their patents and whatever, is the job of the L. Strange enough, if you read the articles in the newspaper, the scientist was supposed to be paid 100 million. On signing of the contract, the next day, he died the night before. And strange enough, in the communication and agreements with DL and his associate, which was negotiating again with the same company, figure is exactly 100 million. There is no coincidences. They wanted the same price for what was getting paid before. The evidence is heavily loaded towards DL to be arrested, and having information about the murder case, withholding information is the same. We did not know this. In the past week, 2 weeks, as we gathered more and more information coming to us, thanks to you, supporters of Keshe Foundation and research team, everything has become transparent. We are talking directly to the families. Is my right because they went for my life? Is my right to investigate who's been trying to murder me, who's put me 11 days in Canada in what they call false confinement? All goes back to him. So we're not making accusation. We are defending Keshe Foundation. I'm defending my life being for attempt to kill me by the same man. I've been in the world of business, never had this for 30 years. Came across one man and from the beginning has been a problem. So please understand, we are not making accusation. We are in a way pointing out how facts about the Keshe Foundation, victims of the Keshe Foundation, Mehran Tabakali Keshe, all came up because from June we informed DL and his family that we are on the track to get him. Pedophilia is part of his work, claiming the man is a criminal and then sitting next to him at head of a master show the pattern of the same. And strange enough, Hollywood.com appears in 1998, 1999, with the same man as is involved, interviewed by the murder in 2008, and a briefcase missing in Holland in 1999. So unfortunately, this is the way such a beautiful technology had to be to open the hand of the murderers, and then with the police. And as we said, maybe this is the beginning of end of monarchy, as everything indicates the direction in one way of the people who came to see us to ask for the technology to be given to them. In my meeting, in what I call a very funny kangaroo court case for the nuclear materials with the head of the nuclear inspection safety of Belgium, a man who's supposed to talk to me about nuclear material safety, he tells me, Mr. Keshe, leave the country. This is a wish of our king. Well, the nuclear case in court of assessing I carry no nuclear material has to do with me leaving the country. Again, DL was fully aware of it. He is accessory to the murder. We have already filed a case for his arrest in Italy. Now the police has enough to push ahead he's connected, he has knowledge about murders and a suitcase, which is he has withheld from the police. And strange enough, Belgian police did not know that the major witness is a close friend of DL and his associate who've been interviewed by the police. This opens a new Pandora box, but at the same time puts the man who's in a fire connected to the murder in Holland. So it complicates the case for the Belgian court. But on the other hand, it has to be known that DL is an accessory to murder. My murder, attempted murder, a murder of Fabio, having pre-connection with a man who was interviewed for a murder, now openly, now is in the public domain, and being able to write at the same time in the same area about the technology which has been stolen, and then suddenly he submits patent. As the Fosse said, one day happily cubed, the next day compression, because when you've stolen it, you have to milk it. And all the data from 1997, 95 onwards shows close collaboration of DL and the suspected criminal in the murder of the lady in Belgium, directly connected to attempted murder of me. You have to understand one thing. We took a case to court in Belgium in 2011-12 for this man trying to kill me. And again, the police put pressure on the judges and the lawyers. We are not talking hypothetical. This gentleman we knew, now with the new research and how you helped us, confirms that both guys are involved in murdering scientists. The case is registered in the court of Belgium. There's been hearing on it, and the threats has been received by the same policeman threatening the lawyers, whatever, that I'm a terrorist, and getting them all sorts of things. And now killing a man in prison with the help of the police. These are not allegations, but DL is accessory to murder, having information about a suitcase, which he was, most probably that's why he was talking to me all the time, because his partner got it. Now he doesn't give it to him, but he told me a couple of times, I don't know how he's got this suitcase. How did he manage to get it out of the fire? He planted his best guy to be. They knew where to look for it, they got it. So we collaborate with the court in Belgium, we collaborate with the court in Holland, we collaborate with the court in Italy. Hopefully our Austrian guy has done it, because we think a couple of scientists in Europe have been murdered the same way too. This is an international organization where a court has to take charge of all the cases to be brought together. We have filed attempted murder of me in Rome over 4 years ago. So it's not something new, and we clearly indicated the same man who is interviewed for a murder in the case of fire is and has been accused by us of murdering and everything else of Keshe Foundation in Belgium since 2011-12. Now we got all the dots. The cause of the murder in Belgium in 2008 was to retrieve the suitcase which was stolen with the compression technology in Holland 8 years earlier. The mystery is how he managed to get there, and how did DL knew about this suitcase, that it was something in it that's his associate managed to get it and he couldn't have it. So we are prepared to go on the oath, we are prepared to go on the all the machinery which is needed to prove that we are correct in what we say. At the same time, there is a connection between the guy who says he's not a murderer, the boyfriend supposed to be, and DL that nobody knew. Because, as I said, DL reminded me I've met the guy twice. The name of the company is a major tire manufacturer in the world. They work on batteries. They have a subdivision developing batteries. And this gentleman, who has been murdered or suicide in the prison was on the table twice as connection of what we call DL's associate. So there is a connection nobody knew. Now we open it, and we have already spoken to the lawyers, to the attorneys. We are speaking to the families, and the case will reopen in Belgium very soon, and the same in Holland for the arrest of DL and his associate being part of or being accessory to murder, knowing and how this suitcase on the day of the death of scientists 8 years later appears with a Dutch man in Belgium. I do apologize, we have to do this in a scientific organization, but in fact they would have been dead by DL, killed by DL. I wouldn't have been here to teach you so much. So our way touches your way. Please support the family of the scientist, support the family of the girl which is murdered in Belgium, that they'll be strong enough to stand what is to come. They have to go through the trauma of the death of their father, the death of the girl, the daughter, to put these people aside. And strange enough is that, as you remember, Alan left a lot of videos talking about what he did. DL's associate has left a lot of recordings talking about the fire. Don't forget, DL associate made a fake company called Keshe Foundation, Keshe Technologies in Holland, and we forced it to be closed down. It's on KVK. We submitted this to the court in Holland. So forgery and these kind of things is their work. We submit the dossier which is in Belgium, added to the case in Holland, and added to the case in Belgium to give support for the arrest of DL. He is associated, he is part of he is in position of knowledge of a murder which he has not shared with the police. Once the things came out in past couple of weeks, we could put all the jigsaws together, we immediately have informed the lawyers. We stay clean and above, but that's why you see DL has not written. I'm sure in the next couple of weeks you will see securities releasing all the patterns with the name of DL and the gentleman who suspected the murder from 1998 together 99, and then finding out about a compression, suddenly going into compression business, and subsequently waiting for a couple of years to cool down that they could do the negotiation. What we have seen from the securities is that, again, Mr. Who's involved in the murder in Holland is negotiating with Philips International. They are totally innocent for the same compression technology, the same value of 100 million. Everything is in black and white. There is no accusation. So in the coming days, coincidentally, last February the 14th, we got a call from FBI, and the 20th, Alan walked in. Today is the 10th of February, and let's see if DL walks in and hands over himself over to the police with his associate. The evidence is very solid, and we are working on it. I have stopped more or less most of my work till we bring this to close, because the pattern of the murder of the girl is a copy of the murder of Fabio, and I promised Fabio's father I'll bring the murderer to justice. Two brothers, two drivers, one watching when they leave, one carrying out the job when they arrive, one watching when Fabio leaves with me from the Valletta, and the other two carrying the rollover. There is no coincidence. In this way, we do our job. And I thank you for all of you reading on that, all the rubbish with DL put on, and knowing this was all lies, and you trusted and you stayed with us. But this shows the hand of the criminals. We have seen no sign of DL. Most probably he is on the run. most probably he will write some more rubbish, but please understand, securities will release direct connection with all the 4 men. So it's not coincidental that a compression scientist, what they did not do is testing the body for high dosage of poison, because high dosage of poison creates heart attack. It was set up that way to be. So now we are asking for the body to be resumed, to be tested to see if we find any traces of poisons left after so many years. New technology maybe help to support us, but what the police did not know, the man who died in prison is a close associate of DL. I met him twice. In negotiations, we are prepared to bring the witnesses who've been there in that meeting. So what they seem to be nobody, they are well connected. Now we come to one point. We carry on with our teaching. DL, write more. Show the patterns you've written with the man who was suspected of the murder in 1998-99. Securities will do the same we did with your website for Rosam. Your name sits next to it. DL and your associate. You're connected before the murder. You planned the murder. And Dutch police is very interested. You'll be arrested. And I'll come and visit you in the prison with your colleagues. Because you have put fear into the life of many people. Now it's time for you to live with your own fear. Let's go to teaching. Last week, we disclosed how we see the space technology. Last week, we disclosed and we understood more. There is a fundamental point. Those of you who understood the teaching of last week in respect to the spaceship must concentrate on understanding the process of the fueling. We've seen many trials from Keshe Foundation supporters where they load acidic with alkaline, where they disclose how the ball's gone missing, or they see a different motion in the characteristics of the material. You will not achieve lift and motion and construction of the physical entity unless you bring about 2 points at the same time. One, the system of motion, which is MAGRAPH system, where you encapsulate it with the conformation of physical existence. What does this mean? This is very simple. This is extremely simple if you understand it. Can I share a screen, please? Can you allow me to share a screen?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
It says this will stop others. Okay, it says continue. I'll go there. Okay. I'll put this away. Maybe we have solved the problem with a pen, as I explained earlier. At the moment, what we taught last week was that you made this spaceship platform, you placed your reactors, you made this plate to revolve. You have made a platform with a star formation. As we explained, the delta and the Y creation of the voltage difference in plasmatic field, creation of current flow. Two points.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe, I'm not getting the screen share right now. Is it sharing for others right now? I'm
Can anybody see the white board? Hello?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you just reshare, Mr. Keshe? Maybe that might help for Rick.
How do I stop? I have to
Just
stop
stop sharing. Yeah, just stop and try it again, please.
Share the screen. Okay. Can you see it now, Rick?
No, I'm not getting it on my second screen like I normally do. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. Maybe it's behind that window here.
Do you want me to sing and dance till you find it?
Well, we have to describe it in a different way or something. Let me see if it's over on this side. There, okay.
Now I got my pen sorted. We got a problem somewhere. Maybe
Yeah.
you're not supposed to share the knowledge.
Oh, I don't think that's the thing. I think it's just a little glitch here. We just have to get sorted out. Let me see here. I don't understand where the window is.
Oh, you lost your window. Go through the door,
Right.
you'll come through the window.
Rick, did you want to just try sharing the video or the intro real quick? And then maybe you can see the window when you stop it.
Okay, that's an idea.
Maybe it got minimized.
Yeah,
Remind me to charge the system.
Okay, there's my share for part of a window, and okay, that's the whole window though. That shouldn't be that way. Let's see.
Yeah, just stop it and then Zoom should pop up, right?
Try it this way. Share a different window.
Yeah, Rick, you just need to stop it. It was just to take over and get the window.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Keshe, can you try again?
To share?
Yes, please.
Can you see it now, Rick?
No, I don't see anything on my screen. I have to change my zoom or something here. Focus to next window. Bring all to front. I do not have my screen share showing.
Okay, then the next thing, can you just put the live stream on pause or show something else and then just leave the meeting and come back?
Okay, let me try that. Okay, so I will leave meeting and then come back. Let's try that.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We'll wait till you come back to keep the YouTube in line with the others. We learned something while Rick is away, is that we cannot show certain videos or pictures of the scientific value So we get restricted in a way to show a lot of medical research in the coming time. But as we learned, we cover ourselves in other ways to be able to share the knowledge.
Yes, that worked. I now have your screen up, Mr. Keshe, so you can carry on.
Welcome
Thank you,
to
Vince.
the world of the image on the internet. Okay. So what we explained was that this line here is your platform with the reactors, which is dynamic, with the 4 base and top cores, where this unit here is your flight system, and this unit here in interaction of the fields is for your physicality. You have to remember that the two are independent but entangled in the confirmation of the existence of one with the other. What happens is that the total interaction of the two will give a physicality in the dimension of the existence of UFO, where the lift system is forced to be within the structure of the dimension which is created, and the emotional part gets entangled in the interaction of the physicality. So where you see, in fact, if you look, you have such a position. On all faces here, you have creation of dimension. The rotation of the disk creates the spherical mushroom that the fields from the top come in. And this allows that this system to create gravitational positioning motion somewhere here in respect to the, what I call the planet or any position, where the interaction of the fields between the layers of the two cores which are creating the lift and the third core which is creating the physicality gives you the appearance and what we call the manifestation of the UFO or flying system. Do not work on that is going to be a very big scale. You can do it with a small desk at home. With less than $200-300, you can build your spaceship. Placing a small unit like this, that you can position it in a given area at a given strength, can create you a car which flies. This is what we were going to show in Eindhoven. The interaction of the flow of the energy between the cores here and interaction of the cores like this, which allows you to a current voltage of megawatts. The flow of current of plasma in megawatts. The difference in this direction will give you the current flow. This is the potential difference. This is the current flow difference. This way you have to decide what the fuels you put in these cores are made of. And what fuels you place in these cores. If you choose the fuels of the matter state of the earth, you will be bounded to earth. If you choose the fuel of the gaseous part, you will be on the flight zone. You never go into the matter zone. The choice of the fuel gives you the dimension of the flight. If you extend the knowledge to understand that you can have a system which creates a gravitational field force, but if you understood from the teaching of last week, you can create yourself structures of buildings, what you are used to, where in fact your reactor cores make the structure of the building. You position cores in a specific condition and position, which that will give you the shape of the house you want to perceive. So in a way, in the morning you can live in a rectangular house. By afternoon you decide, I want the room to slightly change. You move your position of the reactors, you live in a circular house. You can pack and move. This is the advantages, and in a construction of the buildings, if understood, can be used as a position to set condition in the earthquake zones, where buildings are separated from the physical structure of the body. Now we see different materials. This costs a very few dollars, delivers the same. The horizon of using this technology is vast, it's beyond imagination. If you look and understood how I explained last week, you could make sections and segments with the use of reactors, this is no different. Just inspiring to use. At the present time, one of the dreams of the man is a railway. Understanding this technology, you decide on the cabins without a railway track. Destruction of the forest, laying rail tracks and expanding into parts of the jungles which are precious for the earth can be avoided. What we teach just now is not something new. Those of our listeners in the background who know, we offered this to the African, Central African nations some 3-4 years ago. There is a World Bank guarantee to establish a railway between the Central Africa, South Central African nations, that they can have access to ports and make commerce in Central Africa possible. Indian ambassador at the time has been involved in it with his family, with his sons, and we looked into it. The budget for the African nations to be involved in this railway has been put at 11 billion. As we know, these things by the time they come to finishing line is 30 billion, and for small nations to cover 30 billion for industrialization, or at least having a line of commerce to pay for next 50, 100 years is too much. We estimate with this, the proposal which we have made, with less than 10 million, all you need to do is clean, clear point of what I call the dispatch and landing. The changes are huge. It's not something we just tell you now. It's something the Foundation has been working in the background. Understanding the new application of the miniature reactors in this shape allows you physicality and motion at the same time. You fuel your reactor in the combination of the materials within the borders of a nation. There are ways to be done. You can make it very easy. We are encouraging the young people to start looking on the development of the new space computers through the operation of the GANs. They are masters. All they need to do is to translate the knowledge in the interaction of the emotion and the soul of the man and the emotion of the, or what we call the motion of the GANs of the reactor, that it allows the contact. For a lot of you have seen this, but you haven't felt it. Is John in the background? John, are you awake? Hello, do you see him in the panel?
Don't see John. I don't see John Bliven there at this point. Does anybody else know if he's around?
Okay, what they did a very test with 2-3 of people in Arizona last week, and I explained this before, that as they approach the reactors changes. The speed of the motion of the reactors according to our emotion changes. And they explain this, that John explains it with his emotion. He could feel the change in the speed of the rotation of the cores. They have posted a video, which we have shown, is that when they turn on a plasma, which is of a different strength, meters away, affects the performance of the flight system reactors, the core, the speed of the rotation. So gradually we are establishing the field interaction with the emotion. Some times ago, we showed some work in this direction, but it got sidetracked and Ali was involved in it, could not bring the rest of it in. Now you can see the total development. Now we come to the point where you need to produce a system which produces plasmatic energy. A lot of you have been looking for the source of energy in the space reactor technology because you were relying on a power supply to supply the energy. Many times we explained the process. One of the processes that you have to follow, and it needs to be done, is to understand that the power we supply to turn the reactors are in electron vibration, which is one of the weakest. Go back to the teachings. Go back into what we started a year, 2 years ago. Let me explain how far you can go back. Maybe those of you understand. Our friends who work with us, they should understand. If you go back, please take a picture of this. One day it'll be historical for you. Go back in the star formation. Go back in the delta and Y formation. Go back in feeding a plasma which is much more stronger than electron vibration. You need to tap onto it. For example, remember Alex's beads. You connect the Alex's bead for preload to the Y and for afterload to the base 3. Do not forget the use of capacitors. Now you have your energy source for your reactors. Remember, it takes billions of years for a star to be formed. It takes time for your beads and your magnifying units on the voltage and current to start building up according to the load which you add by the use of the reactors. Remember how you created the capacitors and the feedback from the load side on the current to the supply on the voltage. Then what you see is very simple, extremely simple. I have given you your source without the connection to the earth. It takes time to build the voltage and current. Our friends who are in this development with us understand. The more load you add, the higher voltage you receive. You ask more, is given more. You'll find your system will come into operation. You have a power generator, you have a flight system, and you become self-sufficient. The existence of the conformation of the energy comes from the choice of the fuel in the reactors. And many times, I explained in the teaching that you have to look for hydrogen. I explained this last week. Find a way to produce hydrogen in a gaseous state. We have allowed and shared knowledge with two of our closest friends in the foundation how to do it. This is needed that we protect in the early stages that the mayhem does not break through. We have gone for loading of the hydrogen reactors. When you load hydrogen reactors, then you are not limited to Earth, but you become the passengers of the universe. As the hydrogen as a plasma is the key to the motion of the fields in the universe. You can create a condition even for a plasma of the hydrogen to behave as a carbon to give you a structure in the crystal lattice that you receive physicality. Go back to part of the teaching where we spoke about diamond structure. Look at why in the body of the man a specific material creates hard, tangible crystal, the structure you call calcium, the bone structure of the man. Carbon-13, in a specific orientation of the 3 layers of it, becomes calcium. manifest itself in a matter state of the calcium. Then you understand how you can use hydrogen to behave in an interaction, that you can have a soft tissue, hard tissue, bone structure, in the diamond structure of the matter which you want or you would like to manifest. No calcium goes from your stomach and becomes part of the bone. The energy and the conformation of the position of the fields dictates that that energy will convert to physical matter of the bone. When you die or when you take carcass, has a physical matter of the bone in your hand. Understand how the body of the man creates soft tissues, transparent tissues, and you can do the same in the structure of the house or your flying object. You can create within the structure of the spaceship tissue, membrane, muscle tissue, softness, hardness, as you decide, according to the choice of interaction of the fields from the basis of the hydrogen. The diamond structure of the hydrogen is one of the most solid, powerful structures that does not get damaged or touched in the universe unless you decide to change the field section of the environment of the hydrogen. You remember when they spoke about CO2 as a gas, and then we showed that the CO2 can become a gas and you can dry it and physically hold it in your hand according by the law of the physics. Gases can only become matter at very high pressures or whatever, and you went against the trend of the presumed perceived knowledge. Now you understand, in the coming time, man will create solid state matters at any strength he likes, soft tissue, transparent, walking through solid state from the solid state GANs of the hydrogen. Hydrogen, especially deuterium level hydrogen, plasmatic magnetic field, is the key into the space travel of the man. You cannot create reactors which have copper oxide and zinc oxide and try to travel the depth of the space and not to be touched, as the field strength will create different dimensions for the plasma of the GANs of the entity, where hydrogen has in the deuterium level more or less solid size state matter, which means does not get affected by the environment which is traveling into. So if you travel with the reactors which carry copper oxide, coming to near planet Zeus, there'll be no strength because it dilutes. Voila, you're traveling on your own without a home. It's gone because the field strength has interacted or been influenced by the environmental condition. Where with hydrogen, according to the environment, as a minimum common denominator strength, you stay the same. Now you understand the knowledge of space is very simple. It's the man who has put restriction on his own understanding. So the task for Keshe Foundation supporters or the people who work in the space level is to develop the GANs of hydrogen. I have released the information to 2 people. Trusted people within the foundation, that if anything happens, they can carry on with the revelation. The understanding is that you have to go back and go back to the fundamental teaching. not in what you wanted, but what is the reality. You have seen how you have created solid carbon in the form of gans of CO2 dried. Extend your knowledge and understand the knowledge. Do not become monkey see, monkey does. Then you can produce the gans of hydrogen. Then you find a fuel for the deep space travel without ever being harmed. There is more teaching. Then when you understand the structure of the gas of the plasma of the hydrogen, you have to find the soul of the hydrogen. Then you understand the operation of the creator. As within the soul, within the structure of connection of his emotion, you can manifest anything from the hydrogen without ever touching the hydrogen. That's the knowledge of travel within the universe. As we said, we just don't teach the man. There are those who are more well educated. Now they learn the next step of their work. Understand the division does not exist. Cooperation and collaboration and interaction is the key to development and success of the hydrogen in a gans state, hydrogen in nanomatter state, hydrogen in the field strength. You have to understand, you have to extend the knowledge to walk away from what has been a learning ground. This has been the school to learn alphabet. And now you have to put the alphabet together to make the sentence. Go back and understand how you created ganses. Go back and understand how gans creation has led you to development of new materials. Understand that the development of the new materials are well connected to the production of the fields which are non-tangible, which are free, which are connected to the emotion of the plasma of the hydrogen. Many of you will achieve this in a short time. And many of you will wonder for thousands of years, how does it work? Enlightenment is our job. Teaching is your job. If you understood how to create this by placing very few hydrogen reactors, you can change the characteristic of a cancer cell. You can create the missing finger. If you understand furthermore, you can bring the lost father back to the physicality that the child can have father. This is the depth of the knowledge. In the writing of Christ and Christianity, you call it reincarnation. Reincarnation in a physical matter is only possible when the soul can be touched, when the soul can bring part of its connection for the manifestation of itself. In a way, those of you who understand this can create the fields that you manifest yourself here in 1 second and next in somewhere else. But it needs a very close connection to the emotion and understanding of the operation of the soul. any question which is relevant to this part.
Mr. Keshe, there is a question in the live stream which I think is relevant. It gets into a bit of the physicality, but Zen Rogers says, hello, Mr. Keshe. Hip replacement is a very tough surgery. Many old people have their hip sockets degraded. Is there any GANs or procedure to help build that socket bone back to normal? Thanks.
Yes, you can. It's been done. I have done it a few times. It needs very much the knowledge of the GANs. It needs understanding of the knowledge of the construction of the hip. And it can be done. You can even rebuild the cartilage, you can build everything inside the joint, and it can be done, yes. But you have to extend the knowledge. I used to use the padded handicap chairs to sit people in it. And they used to feel good, and the minute they felt good, they start walking. I tell them, you cannot do this. You got to give it at least 2 months, 3 months to solidify completely. After a week or two sitting in the wheelchair, or in the bed with this thing around their body, they feel good, the pain is gone, the interaction is more or less complete, and they literally rub it up because it's not solidified fully. We see it on the MRI, the full development of the bone and everything else. Yes, it can be done.
Would this be similar to what you're speaking of with the spacecraft construction in creating the skin and floors?
Yes, it can be done. Those of who been used the systems, they know what I'm talking about. We use, let me change this so you can see. I used to use, I don't do what do you call it, the health systems anymore. I stopped doing it. I used to use what is called the padded, these are the best thing I found out, is the padded handicap chairs. So what I used to do is to build systems inside, and according to the hip operation, because you cannot concentrate on the hip position and everything else because of the pain has changed position. So you have to deal with the upper leg and the spine. And you build the system here. If you look at it face wise, you place reactors in a specific position that it covers the hip, concentrates on the hip, and with a specific way to put a system here, you concentrate the fields and you can rebuild the bone. Can be done. And it's done. It's not that it can be done. And it works. But now you have an option with use of GANs that you can do the same thing, but you have to know what you're doing, because you can grow pieces which is not needed in places which are not needed. Yes, it can be done. I've done it many times. It's a pleasure to see somebody who's in a wheelchair to start walking. In this phase, in this connection, I have to explain to you, those of you who joined the Keshe Foundation for the injection for the cancer, what we have seen and what we have come to accept is that some of and our trials directly involves the condition of HIV. What we are extending the what we call the cancer research into the public HIV research too, where we can deliver technology through the injection as well, that we can see the change in the HIV. So those of you who suffer or know people who are in condition of the HIV or what you call AIDS, We see, and we would like to invite you to join the trials, the new trials which we have set up. It's the same as the cancer trial, and we would like to collect data. We have already 4 people on this program. We want to extend and see different ways on doing it. So those of you who are still suffering from cancer, please go to doctors at KFSSI or a Spaceship Institute. We accept people. We need to extend the knowledge. And we add to this people who suffer from HIV. If you suffer from AIDS, we would like to test the injection process directly for it, and we know it does work because we've seen some results from other tests. And in the way of injection, you can close things very quickly. We'll see if it works, how it works. You have to understand it's a trial case. So if you still, we showed the pictures of the breast cancer last week, and at the same time, we cannot show these things because of the, what you call, ethical conditions on the internet, that you cannot show, even though it's scientific. We are looking. Now we are extending the research of the injections from cancer to HIV. And if you suffer from this infection, we think the cancer injection could be a solution to it. We have one of our volunteers, he wants to be out, to be known, he's using the technology. He's a very well-known actor, and he's well known for acting in one of the famous movies. And then we have now got a second actor who is not acting anymore, who was part of it. So we have 2 well-known people in the world of show business who are, and we have taken up. The second one, we are what we call processing for the, what we call the injections. But we have the second. It's amazing how the world of movies has a lot of people infected with this. So we have accepted the second case. We are about to start in next week or so the process, and we have another one which is in the background, and we'll see and we release the knowledge. These people like to see if it goes through and they're happy, and the doctors can confirm it, to promote the Keshe Foundation plasma injection technology for eradication of the HIV. We've seen some research done in Togo. Now we do this research in a full operation with the hospitals. We are still looking for cancer. Some people have written to the foundation that if they can have the injections free. We cannot do this because the burden of the finances on the foundation is beyond what we can tolerate. Maybe in the future, if we receive a support from a government that allows us to carry on with our research, we'll make it what they call it, reachable by a majority of the people. What I would like to see is, when we get more chance as time, to show how you can treat the production and increase in the energy of the body of the man to a spaceship. That you can understand the interconnection, because you can use the energies of a spaceship to remedy the illnesses of the man. So you can go in one room, you create, as you understand, the creative energy. If you receive the high dosage of given energy as a plasma field from excursion into space, you can deliver it without any harming anybody else. So you cannot create infectious, what you call, viruses inside the craft. This will teach in time to come. And what we call decontamination, that the energy balance before and after departing for excursion is the same, that you do not bring any viruses with you into the communal area of a spaceship. This is part of the medical application. We can, what we do is the scientific people will do it. We measure the gravitational magnetic field, the strength of a given what you call aura of the man. And in going and coming back, the aura strength has to be the same, and more or less then you collect or you pinpoint certain points which have to be the same. So let's say if the energy package attaches itself to your kidney, but you lose somewhere in your liver, but the balance is the same, we can see what has happened, that you bring the balance and you don't cause any problem. These are the development which gradually the medical side will come to. Any other question?
I was wondering along those lines, Mr. Keshe.
Let me, before I forget, as we are in Africa and we are going into different direction of process, I have with me about a container load of these kind of pieces of what I call for paraplegic and handicapped people in Barletta. I don't have any use for it. If anyone can do with it, we can let it be at your disposal for building different kind of reactors into it to help different people. One piece to be made, one piece just to be put a leather for a specific application is 700-800 euro. A full chair, two-piece chair, they charge a couple of €1,000. These are very specialized pieces. I don't have the time to use them. But those of you doctors, especially doctors, who would like to use these pieces, I have collected these over years. And they are precious because you can pinpoint very much, put the cores or the reactors inside and solve the problem very fast. They are there. They're worth at least €500,000+ what I have. I'll leave it as a disposal of the doctors if they want to use it, and if you want to do anything with it, or if you want to make something and test it with the reactors which they stay solid. I use this, for example, for the leg or for the femur. For the femur, people don't like things to be attached to them or glued to them. You just make two of these which are for the upper leg, cascaded, reactors fixed, they go to sleep with it, they get used to it, and in the morning, after a few weeks, you see the eradication of the illnesses. So if you go and look into any pieces in which is used for paraplegic, different sizes, we have, I think, about 8-10 cages. It's a 20-foot truck, a container of it. Doesn't need to go all to one person, but if you want to ship it, it's in Barletta. I shipped this with me into Italy. Now I don't practice, so those of you who are in world of medicine and you want to do it, target, what do you call it, the disease at a specific point, is very much fixed. Nowadays you use patches, but these are very effective in what you call it, development of the long-term illnesses to correction, like especially like after chemo therapies. You can reduce one and increase the other, reduce the plasma fields in the muscle tissue and increase the strength of the bone marrow. It's a precise work, and I've used this for nearly 20 years. Now I'm not in that kind of research, but I've seen a lot of good results with it. So if you can use them, it has to go in two or three people, and then you spread it. But we have this, I have collected it in in Italy. There are two pieces, like the chair is two pieces you put together. We have chairs which are one piece. We have pieces which are for the arms, for the neck. So if you're a doctor and you can use it, you have to ship it. The material I have anywhere in the world you want to send it to, you can ship it from Valletta. It's available. And it's for you to make a discretion how, and don't take it to hawk it, take it that you can use it. Any other question?
Okay. Vic mentioned I am trying a different way to create hydrogen GANs, and at present I have a total blue liquid water. He says, Rick, can you ask Dr. Keshe if that is the first step?
Good morning.
Good morning, yes. He says,
your answer. But how blue is the blue?
he mentioned something about it's had a hydrogen placed in the water. The procedure is similar to CO2.
Would you like to share it?
We can see if we can get Vic to speak here. Let me see if I can find him on the list. Vic, I'll promote you to a panelist, and maybe you can speak if you like to there. Okay. If you can unmute and speak and explain a little bit about your question, that'd be great. I can try to unmute you. I'm not sure if you want to even speak. I'll try to unmute. Hello, Vic. Can we hear you there?
You hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Yes. Good evening from Sydney. Good evening, Dr. Keshe.
That'd be Sydney, Australia. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's correct. Sydney, Australia. It's very hot.
Okay. There's a Sydney in Canada as well, right next to me.
Well, in Canada at the moment, it's very cold and it's very hot here in Sydney.
True.
Let's
indeed.
share it, it'll become medium, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, well, Dr. Keshe, I assume you're in Italy, so you're in the medium. I got this microhydrin capsules in vegetable form created by Dr. Patrick Flanagan. He is a scientist and a genius in the States. And I've been getting this microhydrin for the last mostly 5-6 years. And I've had few of them, and I said, well, I put them in a container with the similar procedure as CO2, the way we do it. But I've created the plasma and coated copper from one side and copper coated, nano-coated from the other side too. And in the middle, in the water, I just placed a couple of microhydrins, which is microparticles of hydrogen. And within a couple of days, putting it on a couple of volts of potential difference, I just had the water. First, it was a little bit darkish, dark color in the water. And within a couple of days, it just become very pure blue color of water, liquid.
Yeah,
liquid.
but that is, let me explain to you, there is a difference. That's why I said what color blue. Blue color, if you use copper, is nano-atomic GANs of copper which change to that blue. I have some of it. that doesn't necessarily mean hydrogen, unless you can explain to us how you produce it. You mentioned if you have a copper in your system and you use a specific way of the caustic, you produce a blue copper GaNs. It's translucent blue.
Well, this is translucent blue too.
But the GaNs of hydrogen, one of the GaNs of hydrogen is transparent blue. That's why I wanted to know if it is.
Well, I can't show it to you at the moment, but it's very sort of a clear blue. It's a little bit bluer than the sky. If you look at the sky, the atmosphere in a clear dive.
Yeah. Can I ask you a few questions, then you can explain to us?
Yeah.
Is this copper on its own, or do you have a plastic with it?
No, it's the copper. Copper it's on its own. The container is plastic. That doesn't. I don't know.
Explain to us. It's just that we would like to learn. We are all here to learn.
Well, I mean, I'm just testing. I'm just trying different procedures. It's the same thing as.
But exactly what have you done? Exactly how have you connected your container?
The container is a simple plastic container. It's just here in front of me at the moment. I got on one side of the container, I got copper coil, nano-coated, like gravitational magnetic, doesn't make any difference. And on the other side, the same thing, I've got another coil which is nano-coated. And in the middle of the water, same as the CO2, I just put a little bit of a salt, and I put a couple of microhydrants, which is particles of hydrogen. And you know, it's like anything else. If I put a zinc on one side and copper nano-coated on the other side, it just creates a CO2 in the middle. This is, I just put in the middle the microhydran capsules, and it's like the
you get this material in the capsules.
Yeah, it's a hydrogen.
The capsule is empty, or you have something in it.
Hydrogen particles.
How do you put hydrogen particles in there?
Well, I don't know how Dr. Patrick Flanagan does it. He's a genius in the science. He had created a control for flying saucers. When the flying at age of 13 or whatever, and he had created lots of things at very young stage of his life. So he, at the moment, he have created hydrogen particles about. That was about 10 years ago. I got his cassettes.
Can you show us the apparatus, please? Do you have access to show it?
Have I got what?
Can you show us the setup?
Can you start your video there, perhaps?
Well, not at the moment because my camera is damaged. I got a lot of things that have gone bang at my place and whatever. I mean, I can try to set it up for next week.
If you could, please. Yeah, it'll be fantastic.
And show you what I'm doing. But I just wanted to know if I'm on a true path, because I've been drinking it, I've been mixing it with CO2, the transparent, the liquid water of hydrogen, which I think it's sort of some sort of a purity or something based on the fifth chakra or whatever. And I'm mixing it up with CO2, and I've been drinking it for the last 2 weeks, and you know, I mean, I feel good. I'm still alive, so I'm just testing different things.
Please show us. I think could possibly you're on the right track. And if you can replicate it, then you can fuel your reactors for the space with this mono fuel system. But we got to see it.
Yeah, sure.
Next week, please come in and share with us.
I'll show that next week.
As I said, when the knowledge is shared, we open the doors. I want to see what you've done, and then we can share it how you can do. That's
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We'll see you next week. Please come back and share knowledge with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you very much indeed. Thank you. We have one which is from last week to share knowledge. Do you have that, Rick?
Yeah, Rene Meska, and I've got some videos from him. I'm just having a look to see if he's in the chat, perhaps.
You see him?
I thought he might be in here, but I don't see him. Rene, if you are in here, we do have a viewer. Oh, there he is with his hand up. I'll promote him to panelist. Couldn't see him because he has his hand up. I was going through the rest of the list. Okay, there we go. Rene, you should be able to speak there now.
Yeah, good morning. Hello.
Hi.
Last week, to share the exact wiring of the CH3 production, and I have a hand drawing that you can see how the wiring is done. So if you want to see it, I can share the screen now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, okay, I'm trying to make this image bigger.
Yeah, the best way to do it is to select your picture first and then share it so we don't see everything, but it was all good anyway.
Okay, so can you see this picture now?
Yes.
Okay, here you can see there are two bottles. They are of glass, and on the left side here is a zinc plate, and this zinc plate is connected to the nano-coated copper wire in the other glass. So this connection that I made here is a serial connection between two containers, and then I got the idea to speed the process up with this capacitor that I made. And here you can see the layers of the capacitor and the exactly things that I used to build it up. And if I connect it this way, as we talked last week, the production starts very fast, and the output of the GaNs is very huge. So what we didn't talk about last week was the wiring. So this wiring could not be seen on the picture, but another person has recognized it, that there is a wiring. So here you can see it. And the last thing that we didn't talk about is that the last step that I make is that I put some liquid plasma on this side, so only 3 drops on the nano-coated copper, and here I give the information of 3 drops of the CH3 liquid plasma that I produced some months ago. So my idea was to tell this capacitor to give the information of the CH3 directly to this wiring, that the production here is better. So these were my thoughts when I built up this this setup. So if you have any questions to this setup, I can tell you more about if you want.
And I've also got the video, right? That's the same one as the setup? Were you going to show that, or should I show that now?
Yes, so here I have some pictures. This is also very interesting because the GANs changes its colors. So after the process, the color of the CH3 GANs was this. So there are many dark particles lying on the ground, and on top there is a layer of brown particles. So there are different particles. The next thing that I saw was that there were some kind of crystals in the GANs, and these are the white particles. And Mr. Keshe told last week that this maybe is CO2 particles. And now I can show you a picture from the glass that is very interesting. So this is a photo from the glass inside, and you can see that there was produced some kind of thin layer on the inner side of the glass, and this you can peel it off, but it's very hard to pull it off. I don't know what this is, but when you come to this material with the light, it changes the colors from yellow to red to green to brown. It's so every color seems to be in this I don't know, crystal, or is it a kind of plastic, or I don't know what this material is. And the last thing that I can show is a video from the GANs that I made yesterday. But I have to take another screen. So one moment, please.
And make sure the volume is down if there's any background music or sounds.
Thank you. So I don't know if the upload from my internet is good enough that you can see these particles. So strange things happen at this time mark. I noticed it in the video. So I want to start it now, and here you can see that are 2 or 3 drops of this GANs in a small glass container, and this container is standing on a rotating magnetic field. And the interesting thing is that there are these particles that are going in this kind of circular direction. It happens sometimes that this particle changes its direction and go to the other side. And
can I ask you a question? These
yes.
Black particles, are they nanomaterials?
Yeah, I think so, because these particles were produced in the CH3 GANs photo. So it takes some drop out and put it in another position.
Okay, carry on, please.
Yes. So my thought was that the particles will position itself in the field, and there you can see now some strange reactions.
No, this is a centrifuge. I can see what's happening, but it's very interesting.
So here the particle changes its direction. And I did not change the speed of the rotation from the magnet.
Where did it change the direction? I'm just trying to see which one you're talking about.
Yes, this is at the time mark, 38 seconds. So you have to look at this particle. I don't know if you can see it on the...
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Even backwards, and he collided.
Yes, and it looks like that the two particles are connected to each other in a way.
Yeah, this is.
So why do they do this?
I think this could be two things. This could be because you made the CH3 with the iron, because the atomic iron clusters, or if it's a GANs in the interaction with the fields of other GANSes, it has to balance itself up. This is how you get positrons. This is what I said in many of the original teaching, especially when we were doing tests in Tehran. And in the people like Aman who've been around with me for a long time always explain, you show it physically now here, that depending on the condition of the field strength, the electron become positron. You see change of direction, and you show it here clearly. I think if you observe this, you will see other particles which randomly change direction, and they go back again, traveling when the field strength is the right way. You have another particle in there which is reversing. So it's gravitational magnetic field positioning themselves. And what is very interesting is if you look at this, I even was explaining to Aman recently, this is why you need to add GANSes into your solid state GANs or nanoparticles into your GANs or plasma. Because you see, if you look at the cloud, stays steady. The motion of that matter state or a nano state is what stirs up. And this is why the Earth rotates. In the rotation of the Earth, the inner core, as if you read in the book 1, or I explain more in the books number 4, is the central core of the Earth, for example, is a mixture of the GANSes, nanomaterial, plasma, and matter state. And here you see it, why you need to be able to mix the nano state of the material into the GANs, because that stirring creates a balance of fields. And this is why in the space reactor we see the same thing. With that stirring of the fields by rotating the disk, we do the same. Can you explain to us what you're doing now?
Yes, I want to check if I can. I'm looking for a way now to control these particles in a kind of way. And
you still have a magnet rotating underneath.
Yes, this is a rotating magnet, and here you can see how the particles are positioning itself in a magnetic field. So.
This is a centrifuge. You're creating stirring from underneath because the liquid is rotating.
Yeah, so I built a platform. There is so here is a neodymium magnet underneath, which is rotating at a speed about 500 to 700 rounds per minute. And this is I found out that this is a very good speed to show the reaction in the GANs. So at this speed, the particles are very active. I think, and I don't know how this will go on, but it's very interesting to see. And here I get the idea how the torus of the magnetic field, how big it could be, because if I put this container upwards, so I can take it about 10 centimeters higher, and the field is also visible now in this portal. So I put this glass near a maggraph, and if I leave it for about a night, so about 10, 12 hours, the structure of the particles also changes. So now I can visualize for me how the field is how the field is going, and maybe this could be.
What is on this dish? What is the black? What material is the black which you are using?
So every video that I show you and every picture that I show you is from the same GANs. It's this.
Yes. Well, what I'm asking, on the left picture we see is the GANs at the bottom, the white. What is that GANs? Or is it a GANs in there? Or is it just a black in the pattern of the color in the back? It shows like a powder.
Oh, I don't understand your question.
Okay, let me ask you. I can come in and then do it this way.
He's asking, is there any white powder in the dish, or is it only black?
Here, you see here, we see a lot of black stuff, yeah?
Yes.
Is this the material here in this area? Is it a powder or is just a glass? And everything we see here is a black powder?
So everything you see here is GANs.
Yes, but is it a black GANs, or do you have the dish with like a GANs of CO2?
So
what is in that container? What is in that thing? What material are in there?
So this is the GANs. It was when it was produced, it was black. And it changes its colors now. Now it's like a military green. This is now the color, and it is very difficult when you make a photo. Then the color is not what you can see.
What is in this area? Is this empty glass we just hear? Do we see just the background with the dust of that GANs on it, or is it just a see-through glass?
This is so only the.
It's not a GANs. It's not a layer of a GANs of, let's say, CO2 in there.
No,
that's glass we see. And what is that big black in the center? How is that created?
Yeah, this is when you put this this object.
Renee, maybe you should play the video, because that's how it was created through the later part of the video. Still have 2 minutes to go there.
What I assume you have, maybe I'm wrong, but because this is a CH3,
yes,
and you created a CH3 from the existence of iron.
Yes.
These particles are nano-iron particles, and that's how they respond with the magnet underneath.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the case. Yeah.
So we have to learn that you have managed to create a ion of GANs of iron, and the behavior is the interaction of the fields underneath of the ion interacting with its own. So we can see it'll be very nice to see if we can mix some of the white GANs into it and see how the two behave if the white GANs concentrates in the middle. Is that the white GANs you're adding?
No, this is only water. This is
water. You're disturbing the pattern, so it comes back in together.
So I have another video that I can show you where there is not so much GANs in the glass, and there you can see different colors of the GANs. We have.
Please do so.
Yeah.
Let me clean up my mess. Where is it?
So I have to look where it is. No. Yes. So it's very hard to shoot photos, but here you can see on the left side on the image that these particles are green, and they make their position in this circle, and there we have some particles that are like shiny blue, and these particles here are darker blue, and these are black.
And they make their own space gap.
Yes.
This is very nice. Very, very nice. This is how, if you look at that boundary, let me come in. I want to explain. I told you, when the man is ready, the knowledge comes. If you look at this, have you put this in rotation?
Yes.
And then, if you look at this, and then if you look at this one, you will see a configuration of the 3 layers, but they position themselves by mass, gravitational magnetic field strength. It'll be interesting if you can look at the side of the dish and see if these materials are floating. They're not on the bottom.
Mr. Keshe, I've noticed the video on the right now, it looks like the sun and pretty much all the planets you can see in the around the sun, and then there's sort of an asteroid belt beyond the planets, which is just the way the universe works. And I note also it looks very much like the human eyeball.
Yeah, if you look at this, the boundary is the physicality of the material and the fields. It's very interesting. It visualizes a lot of things which we talk about, but it will be interesting to look at the side of this dish and see if these materials are floating or on the floor, on the glass, because the gray shows misty, so it's mixture, it's not flat.
So for me, it seems to be that you're right. So some particles are floating on top of the water, and the other are inside of the water, and the height of the layers of the particles are different, as I can see with my eyes, but I cannot make photos of this. So.
It's very interesting. Now you see the edge layers are coming in. The bigger ring is taking shape in there. Thank you very much. It's very nice. Do you have anything else to share with us?
So actually, not at the moment. We talked last week about the light that I can bring on and off by going towards the microwave system. Mm-hmm. And
is it still working?
Yeah, it's still working, but I cannot switch it on only if I wish it. So I have to improve my wishes.
Go near to it.
And away.
Try and see. Don't wish it to come on. Wish it, would you like to make me happy?
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay,
yeah,
I will.
Wish it, would you like to see me happy? And you will see it might come on because it makes you happy. You tell what feeling you want from it, and let's see if he listens.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Come back and share with us your knowledge. Is there anything else? Or we call it a day for today?
I'm just checking over things here now. There is a question from someone, I can't tell the names in Chinese. Hello, Mr. Keshe, I come from China. I would like to ask you how to use the plasma theory to explain the fire. Thank you.
First of all, Happy New Year. Secondly, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think just to explain fire, what is fire in terms of plasma theory? And
Fire
how can
is,
it be explained? Like we
fire
could
is-
talk about, just briefly, we talk about fire as one of the forms of plasma along with lightning and so on in terms of that kind of plasma on the planet. But how would you explain it? How would you frame it with the Keshe technology?
Fire, the way we see, is in a matter state, deposition and release of energy. It's not that you just see what goes out. There's huge amount of energy coming in, even when you call it burning. And it's more or less it's a matter specification, nothing else. We don't have a fire in plasma state. You don't see fire on the surface of the sun. You see the interaction of the fields, which gives light and radiation. The matter state is more or less the only place you see the tangibility, which destroys itself when there is too much energy to be released and manifests itself as a heat or large enough as a fire. It's a plasmatic interaction at the matter level of strength. The light we see as the daylight is a matter interaction, it's a field interaction at the plasma level. Fire is a matter interaction at the plasma of the matter strength. Any other question?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
This is Flint. I just
This
is Flint.
Hi, Flint.
Hi. I just have a question about Fukushima, and there's news out now that the core reactor 2 is melted through the concrete containment and going into the ground. And I was just wondering, what is the true status of the reactors there, and accurate update of the condition of cleanup of contaminated water and lands around the Fukushima facility?
There is an alert out. We know, we are aware of it, but TEPCO has decided to, at this moment of time, cut links with the Keshe Foundation. We prefer to stay that way. Sooner or later they'll come back. As I said, our problem with TEPCO has been confirmation of the work with us, but they had to hide it. We informed them they have sanction busted during the sanction time, and they didn't like it, so sooner or later they'll come back if they need help. But at the moment we are in the hand of judges, and all the trials which are going is a backup of showing what they've done. I cannot tell you anymore. What we say, they hijacked the technology. They thought they walked away with it, but as I say, they don't know the rest of the riddle. I'm aware of this alert. There's a high-level alert in China, and in Japan. The level has gone up by nearly as much as 8 times inside the reactor 1, and they'll come back if they need help. But they have burned all the bridges with us themselves deliberately, because they made a few $1 million or a few $1 billion, and now they have to answer. There is a solution for it. We can make systems even at the latest stage to do, and we have to see. It cannot, or possibly can go worse, but that worse condition will come if there is the rapid interaction and drop in the system. There is no control, it's just a heap of radioactive material. There is a way to do it. We suggested that, and They jumped off. They thought they were very clever. And what, as I said, we just gotta wait. We'll see. I don't know much more. We are monitoring. We are informed on the continuous basis what's happening inside. And it's going to be a disaster if it goes any further. The only problem we have is that there is a remote possibility. There is a high remote possibility that the interaction and conversion of molten material is leading to creation of plutonium. The system has become, has moved up a step. That's what I see. I could be 100% wrong. The time has taken in past 5 years, 6 years since the accident. There's a possibility that the system has become stepped up to a fast breeder. And that's why we see high levels. It could be a few patches which have gone into the development of production of plutonium, which is inevitably will lead to the blowing up of the rest of the structure. This could have been stopped. There is a way to stop it. They could have reduced the activities, but the highest we knew was 75 per hour. At the moment, something between 500 to 600 plus is reported, which means we are entering plutonium phase. We are definitely entering a plutonium phase. High-level radiation from the uranium interaction into high release alert, which they have created, and the numbers which are coming out indicates reactor number 1. We will see this with other reactors in time to come. Is a proliferation. It's a natural proliferation that the system has gone step up from uranium to plutonium. Now it becomes faster and faster. We could see a massive production of plutonium in the next 6 to 12 months, maybe more longer or shorter, depending what they have put in there. Don't forget, this was expected. Reactor number 1 was used for military development of plutonium. We announced this a long time ago, and TEPCO didn't like it. Japan illegally has entered it into weapon technology, nuclear weapon technology. Americans know it, IAEA knows it, and that's why the reactor number 1 went this way. They started proliferation. They've gone back on the track of the Second World War. And now this rapid increase confirms our suspicion that reactor number 1 was used by the Japanese for military purposes. Creation of plutonium at this level with a high level radiation from uranium is very, very rare. It's not impossibilities, but they had a seed. They started a seed in around most probably 2008, 2009. They have entered illegal activities of proliferation. I don't know why the Americans are not putting sanctions on Japan so rapidly as they did with Iran, but that's the decision of the new administration. But IAEA has no teeth. Now we will see. And if it goes, we expect a massive explosion. With it will go plutonium and the rest of it. This is a very, very dangerous case. It's extremely dangerous. We are, I was looking at this about, let me read it to you. The levels are at plutonium level. The levels are not at what you call uranium level anymore. The level of the radiation confirms to us plutonium chain of actions or interaction. And this is dangerous. The level of the radiation gives a good insight to the nuclear physicist. What material is used is part of the process. They use plutonium. We warned about it. They are using reactor number 1 as a, what do you call it? Prior to the accident. You got to remember, this is a publication from Tokyo. It says the recent reading is far higher than the previous record of 73 an hour in the part of reactor and has been described by some expert as unimaginable. Tokyo Electric Power said atmosphere reading of up to 530 an hour had been recorded inside the containment vessel of the reactor that was hit by a huge tsunami in 2011. The worryingly high readings show the scale of the task confronting thousands of workers. As the pressure builds up, TEPCO is to begin a 40-year process of decommissioning. Don't forget, as part of the British gas-cooled reactors, it's taken us nearly 30 years. We haven't managed to do a proper decommissioning. These are pressurized water in England, especially now in Manchester University, which is allocated and destined for decommissioning of the British nuclear reactors. In the control system, we are looking at 30 years. In this Fukushima condition, is impossible. They say a single dose of 1 is enough to cause radiation sickness and nausea. 5 would kill half those exposed to it within a month, and single dose of 10 would prove fatal within a week. TEPCO also said image analysis has revealed a hole in metal beneath the same reactor pressure vessel. 1 meter wide hole was probably created by nuclear fuel that melted and then penetrated the vessel after the tsunami. So as nuclear physicists, when we see these figures and these performances, the highest we've seen 73, and suddenly we are building to 560. Most probably at the center is as high as 1,000, which means we have entered plutonium chain of event. We warn about this. There is still time to overcome it, but it's for TEPCO to openly to discuss with Keshe Foundation. We are not doing any more favors, allowing scientists to fly into Italy and drive high speed, danger themselves, hitting cars and destroying cars, to go to fly out of Germany or Austria, not to show they've been in Italy. The game is over. There is a solution. Even at the plutonium level explosion, there is a solution. We are watching. Don't forget, we work very closely in Japan at the moment, so we are watching it to protect our staff. And we see we have entered nuclear plutonium explosion level. That's imminent. It's just a matter of time, how fast, and if by melting the core there is sub cooling systems, which depends where it goes, how far this meltdown of the steel has gone. Has it embedded in a solid stone, or has it has come across because it's on the literally edge of the country? There are sub water levels which are cooling it down, but it doesn't look like it. The reactor 1 will go to about 1,000, and then we expect the explosion. This is the worrying part for TEPCO. We will not negotiate with TEPCO any further because it's a waste of time. But there is a solution, there is a way it can be done. And what do you call it? We tried to help 3 times. They stole the technology, they thought. Now let them sort out the plutonium explosion. This is a warning to all the ones around the, what do you call, the ring of fire. because it's a huge amount of it, and so you got to understand nuclear bomb technology. You have to understand the weapon technology in plutonium, hydrogen level, hydrogen bomb, going into the what we call plasma bombs, which are under consideration by different government. That is, you cannot start a chain of event with plutonium willy-nilly unless you have embedded in it, or the material have been cascaded in a specific way that it has started the chain of event. We are not talking about this kind of level over 1 centimeter. The whole of the reactor is showing about 570, and TEPCO has a very good reason to hide it. We think it's as high as 800, possibly to 1,000. And this shows there has been a seed of plutonium, a seed of proliferation. And now it takes time. This is why we produce centrifuges to take these pieces out. That's why high-rich uraniums are done with the centrifuge system. This is part of the technology of weapon technology or advanced nuclear power stations. But it does not happen so easily. Piling can be a reason, but as far as we see, and discussion is in the high-level atomic nuclear environment, is that we are entering a plutonium chain of process. And we need one trigger, depends how the trigger comes, that we will see the first plutonium war explosion. The wall of the thing will blow up. There will be nothing left of half of Fukushima if it goes. That radiation level is highly dangerous. They are using the tablets, they're trying to do a lot of things, but there is a way that you can confine the radiation, you can use the plasma technology. But we are there to share, but we are not prepared to share the way we did. That they, what do you call it? They do all sorts of funny things to cover up. There is no cover up, and we can release the emails from TEPCO. We wait till the judge will put a decision to TEPCO, and then we'll stand our position. It's dangerous. Yeah, we have entered plutonium chain, that's 100%. Because the uranium chain showed us 73. The scaling up is gone from uranium to plutonium. The understanding of the radioactivity level above plutonium indicates massive amount of plutonium is used. Because if you go to the next level after plutonium, the radiation leak and the explosion is horrendous. We have no knowledge scientifically on that level. The nuclear chain does not stop at plutonium. It carries on to heavy elements which are created in a given specific condition. And there's a possibility some new materials are created in this condition. And in that process, instability of new materials will lead to a new wave of explosions, because there is a half cycle is too short and the energy is building up. 73 was horrendous, reported 560, and we know from around the Fukushima is at about 800. We are entering a plutonium explosion, but how far, when, it all depends how much is kept under control. There is no technology to control it. And there is a way to use plasma technology to cascade it and drain it. And TEPCO is not prepared to show they have sanction busted. So they can go to Iran, negotiate with Iran, and then we enter direct negotiation through Iran with them. IAEA is aware of it. And so I always said, why Japan has not been sanctioned for developing weapon technology openly under the nose of the Americans and the IAEA. Very soon we understand. The strange thing with this is how far Fukushima will go with releasing more, because if they tell you very subtle way, the containment building still has a meter hole in it, which means the radiation now is entering massively into a Pacific Ocean. Much more. It's more or less what happened in the first day with all of the things. Now it is leaking into the ocean. You're in a grave danger. The whole thing came up in some pictures about 2-3 weeks ago. I start looking at the radiation in the Pacific Ocean. We see the North China and Canada much less, but we see suddenly huge increase in a massive scale in the Pacific Ocean towards Hawaii and to California coast and down. Part of this radiation could be the cause of reduction in some of the earthquake activities as the field transfer. Quite possible. I looked at this. If you look at the radiation fields across now Pacific Ocean, is horrendous. But we have entered what I call plutonium phase. How far it is stable it holds, nobody knows. Maybe TEPCO now will enter evacuation, total evacuation of the Fukushima area into the other part of the Japan. It's inevitable. We cannot. It's time. Time will tell. They have made a fire under a pile, and this fire is simmering and is releasing. If TEPCO releases radiation around about 700-800 in next coming time, which means we passed 1,000, which means we are at the ignition point. Study weapon technology ignition. We carry nuclear material, we carry plutonium, uranium in a pile in a warhead. It's the ignition which is the key for release. And high level radiation is needed. You got to realize it's not just the plutonium which starts. Now when it goes into ignition, the rest of the tons of uranium which are on it become part of it. The chain process starts. But time will tell. Will they go off in next few days, next few weeks, in 100 years? It depends. Only Japanese know what they had inside. And as I said, go back to the teaching of 2-3 years ago, as a nuclear physicist, I said we see patterns of plutonium in this reactor. Now we get a confirmation of it. This is a confirmation of what we said. Reactor number 1 was getting used, and on the Japanese Second World War Treaty, you cannot produce weapon technology grade material now. What they've created becomes most probably the noose around their own neck. And what is interesting, and I've discussed it in the terms with the IAEA, why have they allowed Japan to produce the nuclear material with the full knowledge of the US and IAEA? We understand the reasons, as they were creating a Cuba condition next to Japan and next to China. This was supposed to pressurize China, but has backfired. If you remember the Cuba crisis with the missiles from Russia, this was planned to be that way, but unfortunately has backfired. The system has exploded inwardly. There are going to be some, what I call problems, huge problems on the north side of the east of China if this goes up. But economically brings Japan in one of the middle range, not on the top 3 or 4 nations in the world, because the island becomes unlivable. But that's time. We got to wait and see. If TEPCO reports 750 to 800, which is now, they have massaged the figures. If they repeat, which means we entered nuclear explosion plutonium level. and then the rest of the uranium on top of it go. It will trigger, because of proximity of reactor 2 and 3 and 4, a chain of event in a few months later in the other one, in the other one, and in the other one. Sorry about this, but we said years ago this reactor was used, and now you see it. Uranium does not create these kind of levels of activities. Uranium site was at 70, 80, 100. In some meltdowns we see 150, 200. This is 530, which means it's a plutonium chain. Don't forget what they, let me explain to you to understand. What they are observing is what is actually reduced from the blanket of the uranium on top of the plutonium. Is not the real necessary level inside the plutonium spot. And it's a bigger spot because it's actually coming in a huge amount inside the reactor 1. Yes, Rick?
Somebody mentioned the idea, what if we wash the coast with GANs, would that clear the radiation? Or is there a way to use the GANs or
the
type of GANs?
Is too late. The GANs
too late to, you can't put it right directly on the reactor or anything like that. It wouldn't be effective.
No, it's past the time. It's past. It's past. I still offer the technology to the Japanese, not to TEPCO. If the Japanese decide, the Japanese public decides, or Keshe Foundation, the way we did with Yukoko going to Japan, if the Japanese decide to, what they call, overtake the condition in TEPCO, and the government allows the Keshe Foundation to be inside, we are prepared to show ways. There are still ways to deplete the plutonium. It happens all the time in the universe. We know the technology.
It looked like it had melted through the grating on the bottom of the containment vessel and had gone right through the floor, basically.
It's gone. It's gone. It's
so
gone. It's known as a China.
Do you have an instant answer for that problem? Or
it takes time. It can be done. It can be done, especially with dynamic reactors. We can do. It's passed into matter state. You have to confine it with the dynamic reactors, specifically in a specific way loaded, that very much you can extract the energy in a column in a specific way. Yes, it's possible. Very much possible. But that is the problem of TEPCO. Go on the internet, educate yourself, and see the level of the radiation. You're talking about huge space. It's not one point. The whole core is creating that much per hour, which means the whole building is, the whole pile is about to go. But how much, how far, and if the cooling system, or in the meltdown, it has entered stone, which most probably it has. They build these reactors because they will do a lot of geological tests. If it hasn't melted the stone layer underneath the reactor and it's entered the water system, you might find the cooling. They can go carry on for years and it won't go. But if it's blocked, passing the containment, then we are in for a plutonium warhead explosion.
Mr. Keshe, there's just news come in from the live stream about a nuclear power reactor in France. They just had an explosion apparently at Flamanville nuclear power plant in northern France. Possibility of some injuries. Authorities have said there's, quote, no nuclear risk. And apparently this just came out in the last few minutes here.
We got
news
to see
report.
There has been a problem in the French nuclear reactors, we know. Large numbers have been stepped down because of the other positions. Part of the same system goes. That's why the Belgians went on distributing iodine tablets around Belgium. Where is this reactor? Can we spot it? Which position is in France? Can you put it
It's
up?
in northern France, in Flamanville. Yes, there's a map. There's a map here. I think I can put that, show that on the website.
It's on the Belgium side, because there is a problem. We know a number of reactors has been shut down or put on the standby in front. Too many, actually. Can we see it?
Let me see if I can get it here. Let me see if I can make it bigger too. Not much, but just a minute here.
Oh,
okay, there's. There it is, way at the very tip, northern tip of France.
Yeah, it's on the on the British side.
Yeah, right, very close to Britain, actually.
Yeah, it's on the British side, Portsmouth side, Southampton side. We gotta wait and see. We know reports have been coming in for past 12 months. More and more French reactors are going on a standby or repair. Nobody knew why. But don't forget, these reactors are used to the full facility, full capability or capacity. In past 10 or 15 years, French becoming the backbone support of the Europe for electricity through the nuclear reactors wherever there was a shortfall at. So now we see the consequences of it. They are heavily used. There is a large number of reactors offline at the moment. Too many, I think. Is it 10 or 20? It's a double-digit figures, I think, which is very unusual. We'll see. We wait and see.
Mr. Keshe,
yeah.
Can you explain briefly what a plutonium bomb would be like and affect the ring of fire, as you said earlier?
Where Fukushima is placed, we've never had plutonium level explosion. Test we have. So depending on the direction of the wind, depending on the direction of the explosion, depends on if it gets recontaminated back on. Plutonium explosion leads itself to a hydrogen explosion. It's part of the process. So you have a back-to-back multiple explosions. Most probably radius of 200 to 500 kilometers from the point will be unlivable for a long time. Then it's what contaminations in the sea. Then if you are a proximity of this kind of things, you need to create filters made of solid or dried gas CO2, possibly CO2 plus copper oxide. Make sure you create a dry gas of zinc oxide. You make them in layers very much like what you do with the filters nowadays with the carbon. You put different layers of the gas inside dry. It has to be totally dry. You pass the water and air through it. It's the only way you can absorb radiation fields. It's the only way. Because of the strength of it, you can filter water. You can filter what you call air. With a nuclear explosion, we change from the matter state filters to plasma state filters. That's the only one you can give it. And you can drink purified water. The problem is you have to liquidate everything. The soup will be the passion of the way. Air has to be filtered the same way. Exposure, as you read, I just read to you, 10 will mean more or less death, and then you go out by dimension, by the explosion. You have to remember that land will be fully contaminated. It means these parts of plutonium will land all over the place. in a massive way. But we got to wait and see. I hope it doesn't happen. Technology to extract the energy, to change the plutonium to uranium is with us. We have the technology. It's for TEPCO this time to enter negotiation the correct way, like men, not like bandits, I call them. I can read you the email we received from TEPCO. You'll be shocked. It takes me 2 seconds. And I can read you my response to TEPCO. Give me a second, I'll read it for you, then you understand. We have entered plutonium phase. That's why we see high rate. Now we have to see how international community reacts. They are trying to play it casually. It could be months, it could be years before we see it. But the way suddenly has increased, this is the problem they have. There is no solution. They cannot bring it down. They cannot wash it because it's coming from inside of the pile. So we'll see. We have no experience with this. We have no precedence with this. Let me write TEPCO, I bring it up. TEPCO. Let me change the date. My response on the 14th of 12, 2016, which is about a couple of months ago, was very simple to TEPCO. And that is, I can even review the name. It is written to the head of the TEPCO communication. It says, "Dear Miss blah blah blah, I forgot to mention one point about your email and the dishonesty in it. We have with this email, your email confirmation of the sanction breaking by TEPCO, and this is what we were looking for. Content of your email confirms sanction busting, and that is interesting, as there was nothing wrong with our work. And as it became public that we are helping you. If the work was no good, why then your organization kept asking for more and specific different test materials? With this email and what we have in our records, we can proceed with the judge order to bring you into international court for lying and sanction busting. I think you and your management has made a big mistake and walked yourself into a big trap, which we set for you, and in confirming to us and any judgment about your case will the technology be identified. Please advise your management that we wait for you to respond correctly within 24 hours. And then now the case is in the hand of the judge. The judge will decide, and TEPCO will receive heavy penalties for sanction busting. And they confirm how they have to sack people in different organizations that they could cover the their work. It's inevitable what is happening in there. They've entered they've entered the wrong way by stealing, and in a way they have done that themselves also. I read it to you. This is from TEPCO, dated 13th of the 12th, 2016. It says, our record shows that the radiation absorbent materials were introduced and samples were supplied to us through the intermediary supply company operating in Japan. That's from TEPCO. It says, at this point, we do not see any point to start conversation with your organization. And then it goes, says, what we told you for years, you must already be aware that our supply contract with so-called intermediate company was terminated because of your unwarranted release of information. And unfortunately, this issue ended up dismissal of responsible people from supply company, including its vice president and sales management. Yet, such a troublesome history of the work with us that we went public with it. It reads it. You must already be aware that our supply contract with the so-called intermediate company was terminated because of your unwarranted release of information. Now we see how TEPCO works. This is a confirmation which TEPCO has done, and subsequently it's gone to IAEA. That the only reason they stopped the work with us was because we were very correct in public helping the Japanese and going that we are working with TEPCO. And it's signed by one of the top directors of TEPCO. So this time when they come, they have to come through public channels. There is nothing wrong with the Keshe Foundation technology in the nuclear technology industry. They know it. And two things has happened. They are what we call in English, angry because we went public. Publicly we tried to help the Japanese, not just TEPCO, to make billions. And that confirms. There is nothing wrong with the plasma technology, especially in radiation and nuclear, because this technology is built for a space technology, and there is nothing but radiation in a space. Now, I've read you what's come there. As part of the Keshe Foundation family, you understand. They're angry. We went public telling people what we do, because that's how we started as a Keshe Foundation. If you remember, Yukoko went to Fukushima, and we did the test publicly. That's how they knew it works. That's why they came to us. They use an intermediary not to be showing that the sanction was thing. You got to realize, leading Iranian nuclear physicist, at the time of this accident, Iran was on nuclear sanctions. The only reason a lot of you were wondering why Obama doesn't put me on the sanction list, because they needed that they could carry on the work in Tokyo, in Japan. That's the only reason. I was never put directly on the sanction list, because they needed the knowledge I was carrying to help Japan, and they are. Don't forget, these reactors are owned by the American government, and under United Nations Treaty, America is responsible for Japan's nuclear industry, according to the Second World War. Britain is responsible for Germany. And both of the sanctions have been busted in one way or another. We saw both ended up with the Iranian situation. In Germany, Germany is investing in, what do you call it, in Belgium, building reactors for medical application to match the Iranian business. And on the other side, Japanese, America is responsible. The IAEA has broken its own sanctions heavily, just to the favor of a few, but now is playtime. The case is in the hand of a judge in Japan. And when we explain to you that we are doing initial tests, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 and everything else, and the license given to us is because it's within the structural order of a judge. The judge is monitoring everything. All the data, how to be handled is done. because this information should have been shared by the public. And you see it in the email I read you. The anger with TEPCO is, why did you go public? That it shows we were sanction busted. There is a figure of billions damages to Keshe Foundation out of the judgment, but it goes back to you because you're the ones of the foundation. There is nothing wrong with the technology in the space and in radiation. There is still a solution, but the damages will be vast. Members of the TEPCO are part of the listening now. They're sitting amongst you, listening, and I bet they're, as we say, making a lot of mess in their pants. This time, negotiation with TEPCO, work with TEPCO, with the Japanese, will be open on the table, that they don't get angry while we release the information. They've said it. There is nothing wrong except the pride of Japanese. And strange enough, the manager who sanctioned the work with Keshe Foundation died in an accident. His death is gone, and nobody knew why. He said many times to us, I don't want to deal with Keshe, but I have to because it's the only solution for us. And they had a solution. They sold it for $263 million in the United States. It's inevitable. This reactor is going to go. But very, very badly. This time it'll go. Last time was a structure. This time is a controlled nuclear explosion. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, there's someone that's been waiting to show their health pens. They have 2 health pens they want to show or talk about.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Atana's. Let's see what
Have
you
you
have to show
noticed
there.
something, Rick? Have you noticed something? Since we exposed the hand of those people who are intimidating, people had started sharing knowledge again because they know who they are, we go for them. Have you noticed
Yes,
that?
right. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
once we
so,
put the hell away, the rest will go with it, and then we'll see. We become a free nation operation. Carry on, please.
Okay, Atanas, do you want to go ahead there? What do you have to share? Do you want to start your video?
Hello, can I start sharing?
Yes.
Who are you? Where are you from?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. My name is Atanas Bozhinov. I'm from Bulgaria. I'm administrator of Keshe Foundation Bulgarian Facebook page.
Thank you very much.
We know each other. We met in Varna in Bulgaria when you was here.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, I will try to start the video, but
let me explain to you something very strange is happening with Bulgarian scientists. There's a scientist which we have spoken to. They want to test and release the papers about the work of the plasma and the GANs. And this gentleman is a scientist who says he can prove that the GANs and the plasma technology is correct. We pass it on to Bulgarian Keshe Foundation to handle this case with the professor. Then you can benefit by it. Carry on, please.
Can you get your video started, Atanas?
I tried to start the video, but it showed me that you cannot start your video because
okay, maybe we have to. Let's see if
we got to let you to share.
There we go. Okay, try that now. There we go. Sorry.
We got a video of Rick.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes, you got to open up your thing. Yeah. Hello. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I switched my camera to show these head pens that I made from your teachings. So what I want to share in these pipes, I have the same pens like here, but with more windings. Here I have 162 windings, and here I have 144 windings. These both health pens I use to treat myself against viruses like flu viruses. This use in that way that with right hand I keep that pen next to a Himalayan salt lamp, and with the left hand I keep that health pen to that side, and I keep in that way for maybe 20 to 30 to 40 minutes. It depends from my body. Actually, I keep it as long as I feel that I need to hold it.
What does it do? What's the purpose of this?
The purpose is against viruses. I mean, when I feel that I'm starting to get sick from a virus, for example, if I see many people around me sick from a virus, and if I feel getting a cold or flu, later at home I keep these pens that way, and I feel much better, and I feel cured from the virus. I mean, from the this is early prevention from the virus, and that way I keep healthy with these pens. This is nano-coated with caustic only, and the copper is the same like from the McGrath.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. We are using what you are doing, this white bottle, the transparent bottle from Coca-Cola. Yeah, this is what we are using in Africa for medical application. It's cheap. We can put it in the market very rapidly.
Yes. That's why I use it, because it's cheap.
Access to huge things. These bottles are a gift.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Actually, that's all that I want to share. It's tested, and everyone can test it for themselves.
For themselves, yeah, I understand.
It's easy. It's very easy.
Very easy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'll stop sharing.
Thank you. Is there anything else to share, Rick?
There's still more questions, as always, Mr. Keshe, but I'm not sure if you want to carry on with that.
What's the time now? What's our time limit?
We're at 3 hours into it.
An hour. Okay, let's see if we can answer any questions.
Okay. Let's see what we have here. We have two people with their hands up. I can promote them, the panelists, and see what they have for questions. There's Martin, and who's the other person? Another person just got promoted there as well. Jigbani as well. If you want to promote you first, I'll try to unmute you. Hello, Jigbani, if that's the name. Can you speak there? Do you want to ask a question or?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning. Where are you from?
I'm coming from Togo.
Togo, yes.
Link of Mr. Paul.
Yes.
Okay, yes. I want to thank you, everybody, for Keshe Foundation. But now I see somebody ask question if Mr. Keshe believe of karma, but I don't have answer. I want to know if what you say to him.
I don't understand.
I say in the question, one person asked you a question if you believe to the karma, if Mr. Keshe believe, but I don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking question.
Believing in karma. It depends
karma,
what do you call a karma?
There was another question. Sorry, there's another question as well that relates to that someone was asking. In fact, two people. There was Doug asked, does Mr. Keshe believe in karma? And also Umit asks how the past lives affects our current life. So is that, that's related as well, perhaps? So, Mr. Keshe, if you can talk about that a bit.
Yeah, but you got to explain to me what you call a karma.
Okay, somebody are talking about karma like this. If it means that you live in the life, and one time you died, and when the baby born, they are saying that the energy of that person come again in the life. That they are calling karma. I want to know if it's that.
Yeah, but you have to explain that very, very much. Exactly what do you mean?
When this person asks for karma, they are telling that in Africa, if somebody is in the life, like me, okay, this life, after that, if your energy finished, like you died, it's finished. They are saying that if the new baby come, and this baby have the link like the past person, so that I want to have clarify of this notion of karma.
If you think you're by dying, you come back and recreate, you get reincarnated, you mean?
Okay.
Yes? Or your soul gets reincarnated in another body or a child or whatever.
No, well, yes.
I don't believe in that.
Okay,
because
thank you.
the way I understand the process of creation, you never die.
Okay.
In a way, you never die. It's a transformation from one state to another of a different strength.
Okay.
But depends what you have gathered in the process.
Okay.
And the way I understand the process of the creation,
yes,
reincarnation in the level of the physicality of the same dimension,
okay,
is a possibility. But you can, when the soul is free, to manifest itself in different dimensions. But you still have connection with what do you call it? The souls which you have interacted or you have created in the process of your life. Reincarnation on the level of the humanity, back on the human race, and back on, is more or less impossibilities. You cannot kill yourself and come back again.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're doing a lot of good work in Togo. We are watching you.
Thank you, sir. We are trying to do this to Mr. Paul.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question from, I think, an old friend, Ivan Ivanov, and it's in the live stream. He asks, Rick, please ask my question. Hi, Mr. Keshe. I was trying to reach the soul according to your instruction. I followed the signals as you described. I have a problem. It doesn't matter what feeling I follow. As deeper I go, as the strength of the feeling increases until it starts to be impossible to follow. How can I go further? If I feel a pain on the top, when I follow deeper, start to be like 10, the pain, and my attention can't stay there. It is impossible. Speaking of attention. So that's the basic question is,
I don't understand what the question is.
Well, he's, I think you had a technique about following the pain or following the feeling deeper. And he says he goes deeper, but the feeling increases until it starts to be impossible to follow.
The more you practice, the deeper you can follow. The restriction comes out of the fear of the man of unknown.
The more you can tolerate, you develop a tolerance for it, like tolerance for pain.
Soon, very soon, man of space will understand. I was in a meeting yesterday, and I said to the people around the table that we are going to go to space from here in Accra. And I could not believe it. Here, impossible. I said it will happen very soon because we're on the verge of doing it. And after understanding the explanation of the technology, they could see yes, they could go. But they're still looking at the physical dimension to go, because if you go further, you can travel with the deeper space of your body. You don't need. One day I explained how the body of the man is created to be able to transmute, and the man has not even understood. Stand and look for the body of the man from the top of the head. You will see the condition of the structure of the 4 reactors, and you'll see the condition of the 12 reactors, even more. If you can go deep enough to reach the state of the soul, you will understand how deep enough you can travel within the space of the dimension. This is very, very simple. The shape of the body of the man, especially the brain and other organs, has given man the opportunity to be able to travel. If he understands his emotion, you don't need a vehicle. If you adjust your breathing in line with the work of the flow of the blood in your heart, you have found the delta. If you find the position of the interaction of the position of the emotional side, you have achieved the 4th reactor. You always look for a chakra from the bottom to the top, but the chakra of the space of the man in motion sits flat on his chest. If you understand this process, then through the emotion, which you can change the reactors of the soul, or a strength of the release of the soul, you decide the shape of the body of the man in manifestation of his existence. If you can control your lungs, now you can see you decide the flow of the energy, and with it, you decide the shape of the man. Those who speak about chakras and they work this way, they have not fully understood the knowledge of the existence. you go with the chakras this way. But in fact, you have to work what is connected to the emotion, not to the physicality. Anything below this side is to do with physicality totally. So when you have the soul in strength through the emotion, and you have the existence of the lungs, now you see yourself in a dimension of the craft. You decide what to be manifested in what shape, which comes here. Is the pull of the physicality of the matter of the state which creates the extension of the body of the man. So if you understand how to control this environment through your emotion, as I said, you can even decide on the color of your eyes every second. The people who carry different souls, you call them schizophrenic, they have access to this better than anybody else. They change the behavior and the physicality with it. You see people with very strong characteristics of multiple souls, they change the color of their eyes through the emotion. So it's the soul and the emotion which dictates the manifestation of the physicality. When you look into an eye of a person with multiple souls, when you speak to one soul or the other, you see the color of the eye changes, because that's what I want to attract. That's why I want to be shown. So the emotion changes, and it happens instantaneously. I've seen a few. So the emotion has a direct effect on manifestation of the physicality. So you tell me how you can do. If you are in control of your emotion, that it can interact with your soul, you can change your direction and dimension anywhere in the space. You don't need an aircraft. You don't need a spaceship. Many people travel like this across the universe. Many, many. Because they control the emotion and they decide the place of manifestation. They carry both male and female, as you call it, but they don't, it's not a reproduction organ. It's giving from to exist. You become the atom and the rib. That's where it comes from. So with your emotion you can and you do exist. And that's what they call when the souls fall in love. Because it's the sharing of the essence of the energy of the creation. But it takes man a long time, because man does not have trust in his own existence, let alone knowing he can control his emotion and his soul. Because we always been put separation that there is a God, but in fact the God is the creator of their own soul which connects. Next question.
There's a related question in the live stream from Lorink, says Galal B. Is the human blood connected to the emotional level because the red blood cells have lost their cores? They mentioned
really, yes.
Birds have DNA cell cores in their blood, apparently. And they mentioned the intermediary layer you were talking about before for the materialization of the fields, and the red blood cells light up, as we all know.
The creation of the blood, as I've explained in the other teaching, is the connection between the emotion or the soul of the man, with the physical part. The physical part carried by the iron, which is the planet you have created from, which gives you the hemoglobin, the beginning of the structure, and the oxygen is from the dimension of the amino acid side, which the two create a flow. I explained this last week or two in the teaching. So the blood carries both the field interaction composition of the emotion as one side with the amino acid, and on the other side with the metal side, which is the physicality, which oxygen does the emotional side, and the iron in the hemoglobin does the matter side of the connection to the planet. And of course it does affects one, and that's how you share everything between the body. The emotion side and the physical part. If you look at it, your brain is the gaseous part, and from neck down you're in matter state, where there is the matter of the muscles and everything else, which is the attributes of the physical part of the planet. So in deep space you can travel, you never die. At the moment, as I said before in other teaching, the assumption that when you go into space you die and deep and you disappear. In a way you never die. If you understand your soul, you decide where you want to land. You become a rocket on your own. When they find a man who has found the path to his soul, he'll exist anywhere in the universe. The path to your soul is a chameleon to the life in the universe. Any other question?
Well, Mr. Keshe, the question comes up, of course. Leon asked the question in the chat, Zoom chat. So why are we building a spaceship? Why not building an activating station for our body?
We are teaching everything. It's you who decides which ship to take. The donkey,
Yeah.
the taxi, there's a jumbo jet, there is a what do you call it, a car. You decide which way you want to transfer. At the moment you're happy with the donkey, so we're showing a little bit more. There could be a car too. It's your decision, but we teach everybody. Just because you have donkey, we didn't stop getting into cars. Any other question?
There's a question that's come up a couple of times from Freed in the live stream. How is sound used to initiate the building or changing of fields, or how to build a starship with the help of sound next to GANs and plasma?
When you do it, let me know.
I've been working on some sound experiments of my own and hope to create a plasma using sound in a sphere of water. But I'll let you know how it goes and if I get the results I want.
We are always a student, we learn.
Okay, is there anybody else who's in the panelists who has a question?
Been nearly 3.5 hours. Let's call it a day. And we learn a little bit more. We try to teach that you understand about the space ship development. We hear there is a promising talk. We'll see where it goes to. And we try to explore more and more. If we teach everything in one go, everybody will be left behind. So I'm taking my time to teach more in this direction. Please remember, we're still looking for cancer volunteers for the trials. We still need quite a few more people. On the other hand, please remember, collaborate with us to gather more information. We are looking for the past records of 2 people on the case of Mr. DL. We think there are more deaths packages which we don't know about. DL has been part of. And the facts about Dirk, the researchers and the securities will put more information, most probably in the next week or 2, showing the direct connection before, during, and after the death of the scientist in Holland, how it's been collaborated, how suddenly they appear in the compression. And we need to bring this case to close. The only thing which the police in Belgium did not know was that the gentleman who died in the cell was a collaborator and working with the guy who initiated it. And he was disposed of because he could have talked. Everything else was made to look that way because they've been after this suitcase for a long time. We're sharing knowledge on a regular basis with the attorneys of all cases. They can pass messages on to each other, and we're working with the police in different directions. We need more information on the background of existence of this gentleman who is what we call close associate, his partner. Literally they sleep and eat with each other, and they lived across the road more or less on the same street because there wasn't enough time to plan the next murder. So it is important for us to close this case the way we did with Alan. All the links end up in Antwerp, child trafficking, now the murders, and patents which they put in, they thought they got. When we speak to the families and the close friends of the, what do you call, in these cases, we realized that everybody knew, but they even didn't know that there are people who putting the pattern down. The suitcase just got missing. Now they can see it. Hopefully we will have DL in custody very soon with his associate, because you don't come up with a pattern and a suitcase and plan murders so willy-nilly. We have evidence showing the collaboration from 1998, 1999, and suddenly both of them become compressionist. Very interesting, but let the police do. I promise, as I said, I'll bring the murders of Fabio to justice, and we'll see again how it's happened. Now we ask it to be released. They did not release, so researchers and security have released the pictures. We could have released a picture of the girl who was killed, and you should see the picture of the gentleman who died. This man I've met twice with DL, and strange enough, he has been suspected. 2 people he knows all suspected in the same murder, and one has been disposed of by DL's connection within the Belgian police, and we know which policeman is involved because we have other track records from him the same. So you see the picture is becoming very clear. We need your further support and information that we can bring this case to a close and make at least the world of scientists safe and less pedophiles on the road. We showed his collaboration with the people he call liars, that how he's been lying, and we showed now connection with the fire. Everything is there. It's our job, it's my job, not only secure Keshe Foundation, stop all the nonsense which is gone. We don't want you to take anything down because you left enough fingerprint that with what you've written in the past year, will bring you the justice. You have done enough yourself, damaging yourself. You have shot yourself in the foot. Now we help you to get to the ambulance, which takes you to a prison. Thank you very much for today.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again. Okay, that will end the teaching for the 158th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, February 9th, 2017. And thank you, everybody, once again for attending and for participating in today's workshop. Okay, I'll end the
Evet, 158. bilgi arayanlar çalıştayı bu kadar. Birazdan bir tekrar yapacağız beraber. Neler konuşulmuş bakalım. Evet. Evet, bu hafta yine 158. Bilgi Alanlar Çalıştayı'nda Keshe Bey öncelikle DL konusunda bahsetti. İnsanlık düşmanı bir kişinin faaliyetleri anlatıldı. Daha sonra uzay teknolojisi eğitimine geçildi. Burada ilginç bir örnek verildi. Örneğin Afrika'nın iç bölgelerinde olan kaynakları batıya veya ticarete açmak için şöyle bir proje yapmışlar. Şöyle aslında çizerek belki daha iyi gösterebiliriz. Yani bizim Afrika'mız olsun. İşte belli bir alanlarında çok geri kalmış bölgeler var. Bu bölgeleri daha böyle ticarete yakınlaştırmak için çok çok pahalı tren yolu sistemleri düşünülüyor. Yalnız bu tren yolunu mesela Keshe Bey'in örneğinde 11 milyar dolara ihale ediyorsunuz ama hiçbir zaman bitmiyor. 30 milyar dolara buluyor ve çok büyük bir maliyet ve ülkeler bunları karşılayamıyor. Bunun yerine Keshe Bey dedi belki de uzay teknolojisiyle çok daha güzel bir çözüm üretilebilir. Bu noktada da biraz derinleştik. Bir kişi bağlandı ve daha önce derste de anlatmıştık. Magrava yaklaşınca, bunu şöyle çizelim. Şöyle bir kişinin bir magrav cihazı vardı. Böyle bir de lambası vardı. Şöyle bir lamba. Buradan da kişi elinde kamerasıyla çekim yapıyor. Ne zaman magrava yaklaştığı zaman burada ışığın yandığını görüyorduk. Bu kişiye düşünceleriyle de bunu yapabileceği söylendi. Çünkü bu biz plazma olarak kabul ediyoruz. Yani her şey manyetik yerçekimsel alanlarda meydana gelmiş diyoruz. Hem manyetik hem yerçekimsel. Bize anlatılanlar gibi her şey madde değil. Uzaya baktığımız zaman şöyle bir uzay düşünelim. Belli noktalarında yuvarlak şekiller görüyoruz. İşte yıldızlar, gezegenler vesaire. Belli noktalarda bunlar yoğunlaşıyor. Ve daha sonra mesela bakıyoruz, yenileri oluşuyor. Bunlara baktığımız zaman mesela bir yıldızın oluşumu milyarlarca yıl sürüyor. Keshe de bunu açıkladı. Yani uygun koşullar oluşursa uzayda yeni yeni plazmalar ortaya çıkıyor ve bu tamamen rastgele bir süreç. Ve insanın kendisi de böyle bir yaratılışa sahip. Düşünceleri de aynı şekilde bir plazma. Bu kişinin düşünceleri ve düşünceleriyle de belki onu kontrol edebilir. Hatta şöyle bir örnek söyledi. Yani beni mutlu etmek ister misin diye düşün dedi kişiye. Yani bunu da öğrenebileceğimiz, kişinin geliştirebileceği kendini bir tekniği, teknolojisi var. Daha sonra yine bu konuya geri dönecek olursak hidrojen gazından bahsedildi. Özellikle kalsiyumdan bahsedildi. Kalsiyumun nasıl farklı organlara, şekillere dönüşebileceği bahsedildi. Biz bütün evrenin vektörlerden oluştuğunu kabul ediyoruz. Yani her şey manyetik ve yerçekimsel alanlardan oluşuyor. Sadece manyetik değil, sadece yerçekimsel değil. Hem manyetik hem yerçekimsel. Ve bir madde kendini belli bir ortamda, yani uzayın belli yerinde bir havuz gibi düşünün. Bir sürü manyetik ve yerçekimsel alan var. Bazı yerlerde madde yok ama yine orayı dolduran bir plazma var. Aynı hidrojen kendini burada bizim anladığımız şekilde gösterirken, su gibi mesela ya da herhangi başka bir şey. Aynı maddeyi başka bir yere koyduğumuz zaman kendini bambaşka bir şekilde ifade edebiliyor. Yani bizim düşündüğümüzün çok farklı şeyi ve aynı süreç aslında insan vücudu içinde de oluyor. Yani aynı madde başka başka şeylere dönüşüyor. Ne yapıyor mesela insanlar? Dışarıdan maddeler alıyor. Bu sindirim sisteminden çıkıp dışarıya ulaşıyor. Yalnız bu süreçte ilginç olarak bizim bu teknolojide öğrendiğimiz yediklerimiz hiçbir zaman bedenin içine girmiyor. Yani kana karışmıyor direkt olarak. Sadece yediklerimizin manyetik ve yerçekimsel alanlarını alıyoruz. Yani biz kalsiyum, demiri yiyebiliriz ama onu kullanmıyoruz vücutta. Sadece bu yediğimiz maddenin alanları veya kendisi olmayan alanlarını vücut kendi sistemiyle eşleştirip nasıl yapıyor bu eşleştirmeyi? Şöyle düşünebiliriz. Tıpkı bir güneşle gezegen gibi kendi sürecinden geçerek birbirine bağlanıyor bu alanlar ve ihtiyacı olanları belli vücudun yerlerinde organlara ve değişik farklı şeylere dönüştürüyor, kemiklere vesaire. İnsan beyninin de mesela bir gaz olduğu ve madde olmadığı ganslardan meydana geldi. Bütün vücudun da temelde bir gans oldu. Yani şöyle düşünelim, hiçbir şey yok. Bir reaktör var sadece. Ve bu bir şeyler absorbe etmeye başlıyor etraftan ve giderek bir yıldız oluşuyor. Veya yıldız gibi küresel bir yapı. Ama bulunduğu ortama göre değişiyor. Yani burada biz onu görebiliriz. Başka bir yerde göremiyoruz. Ve bu yıldızı belli bir yer çekimine tabi tutunca kendini ortama uyduruyor. Ne yapıyor? Mesela kendine bir vücut geliştiriyor. Aşağı doğru yönde ilerleyen. Kollar, bacaklar geliştiriyor. Ama temel her zaman aynı. Ve bunu meydana getiren şey plazma. Yani uzaya baktığımızda dörtgen veya küpler görmüyoruz. Daha çok plazmatik şekiller görüyoruz. Yani yumurta gibi iç içe geçmiş yapılar görüyoruz. Her şeyi de bu şekilde anlamaya çalışıyoruz. Ve bize ne öğretiyorlar? Mesela CO2 gazı katı hale dönüşmesi için sıkıştırılması gerekiyor. Yüksek oranda bir basınca tabi tutması gerekiyor. Ancak o zaman katı hale dönüşüyor. Biz kendi CO2 ürettiğimiz kaplarda bunun farklı olduğunu görüyoruz. CO2 kabında, gaz üretim kabında yakaladığımız CO2'ları kurutup bu ürün CO2 diyebiliyoruz. Yani bilim dünyasındaki insanlara. Bunların da çalıştayın bir yerinde söylendiği gibi kurutulmuş gazların aslında radyasyonda da kullanımı var. Yani gazları kurutup belli katmanlar halinde, tabii ki belli gazlar. Bu yine özetim bölümünde geleceğiz oraya. Bunları bir radyasyon filtresi olarak kullanabiliyoruz. Gazlara da yakından bakacak olursak onlar da tıpkı güneşler gibidir. Yani etraftan bir şeyler alır ve verir. İhtiyacı olanlar alır. Bunu söyleyebiliriz. Gaz hidrojeninden bahsedildi. Yani hidrojenden yapılan gazlardan. Ve her şeyin temelini anlamaya çalışın diye söylendi. Yani biz burada her şeyin aynısını baktığımız gibi yapmaya çalışmıyoruz. Yani plazmatik açıdan anlamaya, temelini görmeye çalışıyoruz. Daha sonra bunu kendimiz geliştiriyoruz. Yani biz bilgiyi alıp fotokopi yapmıyoruz. Yani bunu geliştirmeye çalışıyoruz. İnsanlık olarak geliştirmeye çalışıyoruz. Bunu bahsettik Keshe Bey. Yani tabii ki bir insanlıkta bir plazma. Yani bütün insanların bir plazma olduğunu düşünebiliriz. Ve bu insanlar bir şeyler verdiği zaman teknolojiye veya bilginin kaynağına, bilginin kaynağından da yeni bilgiler gelecek. Yani bu tek yönlü olan bir şey değil. Yani insanların buna hazır olması lazım ve bir şeyler vermesi lazım teknolojiye. O zaman da tıpkı bir güneşle dünya nasıl pozisyon alıyorsa, birbirlerinden alışveriş yapıyorlarsa bunun gibi birbirini besleyecektir. Yani bilgiyi genişletmesi gereken bizleriz. Yani burada her şeyin manyetik ve yerçekimsel alanlardan olduğunu söylüyoruz, öğretiyoruz, anlatıyoruz. Bunu farklı şekillerde de ifade edebiliriz. Yani bir spiral de çizebiliriz. Ne görüyoruz mesela? Etrafta mesela bir girdap görüyoruz. Buna yakından bakacak olsak aslında o girdabı meydana getiren bir plazma var. Görünmüyor ama bir şeyler absorbe etmeye çalışan bir plazma. Bu da girdap şeklinde görüyoruz. Yani madde seviyesinde böyle görüyoruz. Madde seviyesinde şöyle ifade edecek olursak, bunu biz plazmanın farklı sertlikleri ve ifade yerleri olarak düşünecek olursak, en içte en yoğun güçlü kısmı oluyor. Yani bir mıknatısın en derininde, en içinde çok daha yoğun madde seviyesinin ötesinde plazmatik, manyetik ve yerçekimsel alanlar var. Bu belli bir güç kaybına ulaştığında dünya gibi bizim madde seviyesi dediğimiz şekiller ortaya çıkıyor. Ve buradan da anlayabileceğiniz gibi yani pek çok madde ve boyut ve enerji var. Ve insan da bir enerji, manyetik yerçekimsel enerji bulunduğu ortama göre kendini ifade ediyor. Yani aynı insanı dünyadaki görüntüsüyle suyun altındaki görüntüsü, gökyüzündeki görüntüsü ya da bambaşka bir ortamda görüntüsü başka oluyor. Kendini ortama uydurabilen bir yapısı var. Burada öğretilen insanlara temeli yani Keshe Bey her şeyin temelini gösteriyor bize. İşte manyetik ve yerçekimsel olduğu. Bunu da anlayabiliyoruz etrafımıza baktığımız zaman. İncelediğimizde her şeyin aslında yuvarlak olduğu ve plazma şeklinde olduğu, katmanlara sahip olduğu. İnsan vücudunda da baktığımız zaman katmanlar görüyoruz. Bunların da meydana gelmesinin Keshe Bey açıklıyor nasıl olabileceğini. Ve uzaydaki, evrendeki atomların yapısı hepsi plazma şeklinde meydana gelmiş. Biz de bunları geliştiriyoruz. Bu bilgiye bir şeyler ekleyip öğretip insanların, farklı kişilerin, bilgilerin buna bir şeyler eklemesini çalışıyor. Yani orada mesela Bulgaristan'dan bir kişi ben buna başka bir şekilde gösterebilirim diye ilave yapıyor. Bambaşka yerden bir kişi işte farklı bir şekilde bilgiye ilaveler yapıyor. Bu şekilde gelişen bir teknoloji. Belki de bu insanın yapısının plazma olarak anladığımız için ve insanın bütün organlarının nasıl oluştuğunu, vücut yapısının neden bu şekilde olduğu ve acaba o zaman Keshe Bey anlatıyor. Yani bir kopan parmağı tekrar büyütebilecek miyiz? Ya da bir insan tekerlekli sandalyede kemikleri yeniden inşa edebilecek miyiz? Yani neler yapabiliriz? Bu konuda da geliştirmeyi insanlara bırakıyor. Ve kendisinin geliştirdiği pek çok sağlık aleti var. Yani sağlık plazma alanında kullanılan aletler var. Mesela kişinin neresinde problem varsa, burasında bir problem varsa bu aleti bu bölgeye yaklaştırıp bu bölgede belli bir manyetik ve yerçekimsel alan etkileşimi meydana getiriyor. Yani burada ihtiyacı olanı buradan alıyor. Bu da ihtiyacı olanı buradan alıyor. Birbirlerinden alışveriş yapıyorlar ve bir düzelme meydana getiriyor. Bu anlatıldı. Daha sonra kanser ve HIV yani AIDS dediğimiz araştırmaların devam ettiği bahsedildi. Bu konuda deneylerim oldu ve 4 kişinin şu anda AIDS konusunda testten geçti. Bu konuda da Doctors Spaceship Institute.org adresine tıpkı kansere gönüllü olunduğu gibi buna da gönüllü olunabilir. Daha sonra bu teknolojilerin yani hastalıklar üzerinde geliştirilen plazma teknolojilerinin halka da ulaştırılacağı yani şu anda testleri yapıldığı zaman diğer her şey gibi açık kaynak bir şekilde insanlar da bu teknolojiye kavuşacak. Ve Keshe Bey İtalya'da çok fazla işte tekerlekli sandalyesi, plazmatik araçlar olduğunu bahsetti. Ve bunları isteyen doktorlara yani doktorsunuz, plazma uygulamaları yapıyorsunuz. Bunları CloudPay'den görüşüp temin edebilirsiniz ya da vakfın sağlık bölümüne ulaşıp isterseniz onu da burada bir tekrar edelim. Şimdi ben sayfaya bakıyorum. Kısa bir süre için durduracağım kaydı. Vakfın sağlık denemelerine gönüllü olmak için AIDS, kanser gibi konularda ekranda görmüş olduğunuz e-mail adresine ve web adresine bakabilirsiniz. İsterseniz web adresini kısaca bir gösterebiliriz. Şuradan gördüğünüz gibi health.keshefoundation.org. Burada pek çok bilgi bulabilirsiniz. Özetimize geri dönecek olursak, sağlık konusundan bahsedelim işte. Bir kişi çalıştaya bağlanıp elde ettiği mavi gansların ne anlama geldiğini sordu. Acaba bunlar gans, hidrojen gansları mı diye. Keshe Bey bir açıklama yaptı. Yani belki de bunlar bakırın nanoatomik gansı da olabilir şeklinde. Detayları konuşuldu. Çalıştaydan geri dönüp yapılabilir. Burada yani bütün eğitim bir bilginin kapısını açmak olduğunu ifade etti Keshe Bey. Bilgiyi genişletecek olan bizleriz. Daha sonra geçen hafta da çalıştaya katılan kişi hızlı gaz üretimi nasıl yaptığını gösterdi. Bununla ilgili detaylardan bahsedildi. Daha sonra bir hareket eden, bir dönen bir yapı vardı, gans kabı. Kişi CH3 dediğimiz gansları üretiyordu ve bu sentrifüj gibi, yani bir merkez kaç şeklinde bir hareket gösteriyordu. İsterseniz ona şöyle bakalım. Çok ilginç bir şeydi. Çünkü bu oluşan yapı, gaz kullanarak oluşan yapı tıpkı bir güneş etrafında gezegenlerin dönüşleri gibi bir şekil meydana getirmişti. Tıpkı bir evren ya da bir galaksi ya da bir güneş sistemini andırıyordu. Bu etrafa dönen parçalar. Orada ayrıca biz şimdi hep nasıl görüyoruz dönüşleri? Tek bir yönde olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Ama aslında her şey hem manyetik hem yerçekimsel. Yani bir taraftan bir enerji bir tarafa giderken başka bir taraftan da bir enerji onun tersi yönde hareket ediyor. Yani dünya ne diyoruz? Belli bir yönde dönüyor. Ama nasıl dönebiliyor? Buna izin veren başka bir alan sayesinde dönebiliyor. Ve o izin veren alan da bu dönüşü mümkün kılmak için ters yönde hareket ediyor. Yani bu anlatıldı. Elektron ve proton, pozitron anlatıldı. Aslında Wikipedia'dan bu konuda bakabiliriz. Yani elektron nedir, pozitron nedir, neden yön değiştiriyor ve bunu Keshe Bey açıkladı. Nasıl ve neden olduğunu. Bir nükleer mühendis olarak anlattı. Daha sonra bir kişi ateş nasıl oluşuyor diye sordu. Yani bir plazmatik açıdan Keshe Bey bunun madde seviyesinde bir enerji serbest kalışı olarak ifade etti. Plazmanın kendisine ateşin olmadığını söyledi ve madde seviyesinde plazmatik bir etkileşim olduğunu söyledi. Ayrıca notların arasında ışığın da plazma seviyesi bir etkileşim olduğunu söyledi. Daha sonra konu Fukushima'ya geldi ve yine çok önemli, yani dünya tarihi için çok önemli bir olay. TEPCO firması ve daha önce bahsedilmişti. Keshe Vakfı'nın teknolojisini kullanıp herhangi bir şekilde ilişkisini göstermiyor ve bu şu an mahkemelik durumdalar ve orada bir takım olayların döndüğü anlatıldı. Şunun gibi olaylar. Yani Japonya'nın 2. Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra herhangi bir nükleer silah üretmesi yasak kanunen. Amerika ile yaptıkları anlaşma neticesinde. Ama şu anda bunun işaretleri olarak bir nükleer felaket karşımıza çıktı. Keshe Bey buna işaret etti. Yani orada bir silah denemesi mi var acaba ya da bu sebeple mi orada bir sorun çıktı? Giderek bu kaçınılmaz bir hale geliyor. Şu anda nükleer veya radyoaktif seviyesinin orada arttığı ve bunun bir plütonyum patlamasına yol açacağı anlatıldı. Plütonyum patlamasının hidrojen patlamasına yani hidrojen bombası etkisi yaratacağını ve bunu yaklaşık 2500 kilometre, 2000-2500 kilometrelik bir alanda bir yaşanamaz hale getirebileceği ve o zaman elimizde yine gansları kullanıp havayı ve suyu içilebilir hale getirebileceğimizi bahsetti. Orada genişleyen bir sorun var. Bu ne zaman olur? Bir iki ay içinde mi? Ya da yıllar içinde mi olur? Bilemiyoruz. Yani ama oluşan radyasyondaki artış evet. Radyasyon seviyesinde garip bir artış var ve bu seviyelerin sadece o reaktörde plütonyum kullanılmasıyla ortaya çıkabileceği. Yani uranyum veya diğer malzemeler ile bu seviyelerin elde edilemeyeceği. Bu olayın orada bir zincirleme patlamaya dönüşeceği. Yani şu anda orada artan bir sorun var. Aslında çizerek de gösterebiliriz. Orada birkaç tane reaktör var. Ve buradaki problem şu anda tehlikeli bir şekilde artış halinde ve bu bir patlamaya dönüşecek. Yani nükleer bir patlama olacak orada. Ve bu diğer reaktörleri de zincirleme etkileyebilir. Ve olay çok daha büyük bir felakete doğru gidiyor. Ve bu konuda plazma teknolojisiyle bir şeyler yapılabileceği anlatıldı Keshe Bey tarafından. Ve şu anda plütonyum kullanılan yani bu plütonyum bazlı çözümü hakkında çok az şey bildiğimiz bahsedildi. Bu TEPCO ile ve Keshe Vakfı arasındaki olayın temelinin Keshe Vakfı'nın fazlasıyla halka açık işler yaptığı ve halka açık çalışıldığı için bunun ticaretleştirilemediği bu TEPCO firması tarafından bu tür sorunlara yol açtı ve çok enteresan başka problemler oldu. İşte tuhaf ölümler, yine Amerika'nın bu işe sessiz kalması, bu da garip. Yani bunun gibi pek çok detay anlatıldı uzun uzun. Daha sonra bir kişi bir kalem sistemi yapmış. O bahsedildi. Yani uzun iki tane kalem pil nano kalem yapmış. Plazma kalemi. Ve bir tane Himalaya tuzu var. Hasta olduğunda, virüsler yakalandığında kişi elleriyle bir elle 144 sarımlık kalemi tutuyor. Diğeri sanırım 162. Yanlış hatırlamıyorsam. Diğer elle de bunu tutarak problemi çözebildiğini çalıştayda anlattı. Bu da Himalaya tuzu. Yani o bilgi paylaşımı. Daha sonra bakalım notlarımızda karma hakkında bir soru soruldu. Geçmiş hayatların, şimdiki hayatımız etkisi olup olmasa. Keshe Bey ölümün olmadığını izah etti. Yani bizim ölüm diye dediğimiz şey olmadığını aslında anlattı. Yani hala bilinç açık bir şekilde devam ediyoruz her şey. Bir kişi ruha nasıl ulaşırız diye bahsetti. Daha sonra konu yine şöyle geldi. İnsana Keshe Bey tepeden bakın dedi. Yukarıdan bakarsak bu başı diyelim. İşte omuzları, işte belki ayakları. Tıpkı dedi bir reaktör gibi görebilirsiniz yani. Şöyle 3 tane temeli olan star formasyon. Ve bu reaktör bir vücut inşa ediyor. Tabii ki bunun da etrafında 6 tane başka reaktörün olduğu. Tıpkı bir uzay gemisi gibi insanın bir yapısı olduğundan bahsetti. Bulunduğu ortama göre kişinin vücut yapısının değiştiği, yani ortamda bu yönde bir çekme varsa ona göre bir vücut geliştirdiği anlatıldı. Ve şizofreni kişilerinden bahsedildi. Şizofreni kişilerinde birden çok ruh olduğu, yani karakter olduğu, farklı farklı kişilerin yaşadığı ve bir kişi konuşurken mesela bu kişi baktığınız zaman şizofrenin gözlerinin renginin anlık olarak bile değişebildiği. Yani bu pozisyon değiştirince belki de göz rengi de değişiyor ve farklı farklı yaklaşımlar veya karakterler sergiliyor. Bu da duyguların insan vücudu üzerindeki etkisine bir işaret olduğunu bahsetti Keshe Bey. Yani insan duyguların kontrolünü ele geçirebildiğinde neler yapabileceğini, yani vücudunun göz rengini değiştirebilirsin, yeni kol veya kopan bir kolunu büyütebilirsin gibi, yani o şekilde anladım. Yani şizofrenlerin aslında güzel insanlar olması, yani evrimleşmiş veya daha ortama kolay adapte olabilen ya da ortamı kendine adapte edebilen insanlar olması bahsedildi. Ve bunun bir duyguların fizikselliğe bir etkisi olarak anlattı. Yine kan akışının nasıl oluştuğu, yani insanın boynundan alt kısmı, işte beden dediğimiz kısmının fiziksellikle ilişkisi olduğu, yani daha çok ortamdaki maddelerle ve diğer fiziksel tarafla ilgisi olduğu anlatıldı. Yine bu duygu ve beden, yani fiziksellik üzerine, ruh, duygu ve fiziksellik üzerine çeşitli bilgiler verildi. Genel olarak aklımda kalanlar bunlar. Sizin belirtmek istediğiniz, üzerinden geçmemi istediğiniz veya çalıştayda sormak istedikleriniz var mı arkadaşlar? Şu an ben aldığım notlara baktım. Paylaşmak istedikleriniz olabilir. Kaydımız devam ediyor.
İyi akşamlar. Sesim geliyor mu?
İyi akşamlar. Evet
Merhaba.
ki.
Merhaba Umut Bey, Murat ben. Şimdi bu sağlık çalışmalarına gönüllü olmak için başvurular söylüyorsunuz. Bir tanıdığım var benim, pankreas kanseri, evde ölüm bekliyor yani adam artık son aşamasında. Fakat bu insanın o bağışı yapabilmesi, o Gana'ya ya da Avrupa'ya doktorlarsa gidebilmesi mümkün değil. Bu gantları kanser çalışmalarında direkt içerek falan, yani mide yoluyla analjezik olarak almakta kanser tedavisi olmadığını, kana karışmadığını söylediniz. Bunun çalışmalarda işte enjeksiyon yapılması gerekiyor. Yani bu çalışmalar ne aşamaya gelmiştir? Mesela hazır mıdır bu kapsüller?
Evet, çok güzel bir noktaya değindiniz. Yani bu aslında bahsedilmişti. İsterseniz bunu ben bir tekrar anlatayım. Yani şu anda bildiğim, aklımda kaldığı kadarıyla enjeksiyon hazır durumda. Bu sadece yurt dışında değil, belki de yerel olarak da uygulanabilir. Bu
Evet.
görüşmeler için ekranda görmüş olduğunuz adrese yazabilirsiniz. Oradan Doktor Klaus Bey, vakfın sağlık konularında Avusturya'dan doktor, sizi yönlendirecek doğru kişiye veya terminale ya da nasıl uygulanabilir. Yani herkesten ülkesini terk edip Gana'ya gitmesi istenmiyor. Bulunduğu kıta içinde bir çözüme kavuşturmak isteniyor. Bu konuda vakfın bu adresinden, bu e-mail'e yazarak ve Facebook üzerinden Klaus Bey'e de ulaşmayı deneyebilirsiniz. Ama buradan mutlaka duyurulur.
Ya bunlar mesela doz halinde hazır mıdır? Bu enjeksiyonlar mesela bir kere mi kullanılıyor yoksa böyle hani her gün gün aşırı ya da ne bileyim 3 günde bir mi kullanılıyor? Belli bir 7 doz, 8 doz mudur? 30 gün mü kullanılıyor? 30 doz mudur? Hazır mıdır bu kitler? Bir de bunu buraya benim için yazabilir misiniz mesela böyle bir talep var diye. Bu insan çünkü zaten ölümü bekliyor. Başka çaresi yok yani. Ben bunu kendim mesela şahsi olarak yani belli bir bilindik bir hastalığım yok ama işte tahliller yapılması yoluyla burada gönüllü hani hastalıkların tespit edilir çalışmalara gönüllü olurum diye başladım ama bir başvuru yaptım ama dediler ki işte Türkiye'de bir tane bile doktor yokmuş bunu uygulayacak. Yani bu Ömer Bey şimdi ölümü bekliyor. Bu çalışmalar işte bilmem kaç tane gönüllü sayısına ulaşılınca yapılacak. Onlar başarıya ulaşacak. Misal bu gantların belli bir oranda karışmasıyla kana enjekte edilince diyelim hastanın kurtulma ihtimali var ama bu arada geçen zamanda bizim Ömer abimiz ölecek yani. Böyle bir sıkıntı var. Buna müdahale edemez miyiz? Böyle bir girişim yapamaz mıyız?
Haklısınız, anlıyorum sizi ama bu ülkelerin, kişilerin bileceği sağlık konusunda biz bir şey diyemeyiz. Yani mesela bir Türkçe yazınız hazırlarsınız, birisi İngilizce çevirir. Bunu ifade ederseniz vakfa.
Tamam.
Elinden geleni yapacaktır mutlaka.
Tamam.
Bu arada chatte bir soru vardı. Onu bakabiliriz şimdi. Şimdi fark ettim. Tek gezegen, tek millet sözcüğünü ne ifade ediyorsunuz anlayamadım. İlker Bey sormuş. Keshe Vakfı bir barış vakfı. Yani tüm dünyada ülkelerin savaşların sona ermesi ve plazma teknolojisi araçlarının kullanımı vasıtasıyla küresel sorunların çözülmesi için bir mücadele veriyor. Neticede ülkeler niye var? Bir takım sorunlar, güvensizlik ve şu anda enerji azlığı gibi insanların hayatındaki tehditlerden ve sorunlardan dolayı mevcut. Niye ırkçılık var? İşte bize küçükken öyle öğretiliyor. Yani çocuklar Keshe söylüyor. Yani 10 yaşına gelene kadar bütün insanlar çocuklar için eşit. Hiçbir fark yok. Yani neden daha sonra da biz bunu eğitimle kişiye alıyoruz? Her ırkın birinden üstün olduğu gibi yanlış bir yere doğru götürüyoruz. Bütün ülkelerin birleşebileceği, bütün dünyanın birleşebileceği, bütün ırkların birleşebileceği bir barış için çalışıyor. Teknolojinin sonsuz olduğu, yani enerjinin sonsuz olduğu öğretiliyor. Bunu da elimizden geldiğince yapıyoruz. Şu anda teknoloji para kazandırmadığı için pek fazla destek görmedi ama giderek artıyor bu destek. Ne görüyoruz? İşte Gana'da atom kurumu çalışmaları var. Japonya'da merkezde araştırma geliştirme çalışmaları yapıyor. İtalya'da aynı şekilde. Amerika'da fabrika var. Orada pek çok deney ve geliştirme çalışması yapılıyor. Tüm dünyadan insanlar yavaş yavaş bu teknoloji geliştirmeye, anlamaya, öğrenmeye çalışıyor. Tabii ki bu süreç yani birden olmuyor. Yavaş yavaş öğrendikçe anlıyoruz. Mesela burada bir kazanılan başarılar vakfa tabii ki daha çok destek, daha çok enerji olarak geri dönüyor. Buradaki kastedilen o. Yani bütün dünya. Aslında o sayfaya da bakabiliriz. Vakfın sayfasına. Ben şimdi o sayfayı bulup tekrar kaydı davet ediyorum. Evet, Keshe Vakfı'nın ana sayfasından aşağı doğru gelirseniz burada bir açıklamalar görürsünüz. Yani Keshe Vakfı bağımsız, kar amacı gütmeyen, dinsel olmayan bir organizasyon ve nükleer mühendis Keshe Bey tarafından kurulmuş ve yeni bir bilimsel bilgi, yeni teknolojiler, yeni çözümler, işte dünyanın global problemlerine, işte kıtlık, susuzluk, elektrik enerji eksikliği, iklim problemleri, hastalık gibi bunları reaktörleriyle ve insanlığı derin uzaya seyahatlerine yönelik bir özgürlük vermek için kurulan bir kurum. Dünya barış haritasında da Keshe Bey bütün dünyada barışı tesis etmek için bir yol haritası, yani bir rehber ve bunun içinde hedefleri ne olduğu burada anlatıyor. Keshe Vakfı açık, yani herkes eşit, insanların istismar edildiği bir yapıya gerek yok. Bunun içinde şu anda her şey hazır. Yani bizim madde dediğimiz şeyin sadece plazmada bir sertlik olduğu ve geliştirecek reaktörlerle insanların bütün korunma, güvenlik, sağlık, yaşam süresi ve tüm psikolojik sorunlar gibi pek çok sorunu çözüldüğü ve dolayısıyla bu ortamda da savaşın yeri olmadığı anlamında bir kelimedir. Bunda kendi içimize yaşatmaya çalışıyoruz. Yani bütün Keshe Vakfı üyeleri eşittir. Kimsenin bilgisi diğerinden üstün değil. Aramızda da böyle bir yaklaşım uzun süre kalamaz. Yani bütün teknoloji barış karşılığında öğreniriz ve öğretiriz. Kültür böyledir. Bütün insanlığı Keshe Bey şöyle anlatayım. Yani Keshe Bey ne kadar çok ordu varmış diyor. Yani birçok ordudan silah yapımı için bu teknoloji kendisinden istemiyor. Ama kesinlikle vermiyor. Ve konuda da politikası, yaşamı da bir örnek. Biz de öğreniyoruz. Vakfın çizgisi dahilinde bu teknolojiyi barış amacıyla insanlığa faydalı olmak için geliştiriyoruz. Açık kaynak bir projedir. Yani burada bir patent olayı yoktur. Bunları söyleyebilirim. Keshe Vakfı'nın sayfasında isterseniz girmişken bir bakalım neler var. Yani blueprintler dediğimiz açık kaynaklar buradan ulaşılabilir. Kişiler geliştirdikleri aletleri diğer insanlarla paylaşır. Tıbbi aletleri, sağlık aletlerini. Bu vakıf temelleri öğretir, soruları cevaplıyor ve kişiler de anlayışlarına göre çözümler geliştiriyorlar. Ve bunu da insanlıkla paylaşıyorlar. Mesela bir sağlık kalemi var şu anda. Bu sayfadan ulaşabilirsiniz. Diğer birçok teknolojik paylaşıma. Şöyle bir hızlıca bakacak olursak, işte yine sağlık kalemleri. Mangrav enerji üreten sistem. Mesela AIDS'in çözümü, kanser tedavisi. Pek çok bilgi insanlık olarak beraber geliştirip paylaşıyoruz. Diğer neler var diye sayfada bakacak olursak, testimonials'lar veya uygulama sonuçları diyebiliriz. Ya da kişilerin elde ettikleri sonuçlar, görüşler, yorumlar. Yani mesela kişi gaz kullanımıyla bir dokuda düzelme elde etmiş. Bununla ilgili deneyimlerini, uygulaması detaylarını yazıyor. Bir kişi magrab sonuçlarını yazıyor. Bir kişi Çin'den mesela ayağındaki ağrı gitmiş. bir kişi de işte benim kızım mesela kolun arasında bir kırmızılık vardı. Ben egzama olduğunu bilmiyordum yani. Bu hastalığı tanımıyordum. CO2 uygulayıp bunu hallettik yani. Çok şaşırmıştım. Hanım da çok şaşırdı. Yani bütün dünyadan, Çin'den mesela paylaşımlar var görüyorsunuz. Çin'de de çok geniş bir alanda uygulama geliştirme yapılıyor. Daha önceki çalıştaylarda bahsedilmişti. Bir kişi diyabetikte kullanmış. Ağrılarını geçirmiş. Yani burada enerji, beslenme, tarım, sağlık, ruhsal konular, çeşitli konular ve araçlar, işte araba üniteleri, magnev cihazları vesaire pek çok sonuç burada insanlıkla paylaşıyoruz ve bunlar Keshe Bey'in ifadesi bilim adamlarıyla da takip ediliyor. Yani buradaki sonuçlara göre çok faydalı oluyor. Yani bilim insanı daha farklı yaklaşıyor. Bu da teknolojinin gelişmesi için güzel bir durum. Yine burada community sayfası var. Şöyle hızlıca bakalım. Yani bu grupta paylaşabilirsiniz, soru sorabilirsiniz. Pek çok dünyadan insanlar var. Bir sosyal ağ, tıpkı Facebook gibi. Fayda. Şu bölümde bir alışveriş merkezi var. Yani buradan siparişler verebilir. Şu anda Roma'daki 21, 27, 31 Mart tarihlerinde bir etkinlik var, konferans var. Evrensel Konsey Konferansı aynı zamanda. Ve ikinci Evrensel Bilimsel Konferans. Bu çalışmalar dünya barışı için yapılıyor. Daha sonra Keshe Vakfı'nın ürünlerini görebilirsiniz. Dünyadan distribütörlere ulaşabilirsiniz. Ülkemizde de distribütörlerimiz var. Keshe Bey'in kitapları. Temel kaynak 3 tane kitaptır. Dördüncüsü şu anda hazır. Sonra burada dikkatimi çeken sağlık ünitesi. Özellikle doktor kişiler kullanılıyor. Yine bir dönem hala devam ediyor sanırım. Gans deneyleri. Yani Fukushima'daki olaydan sonra Keshe Vakfı Japonya bu ürünleri geliştirdi. Daha sonra bu ürünleri Keshe Bey Çalıştay'da ana Keshe Vakfı sitesine de dağıtabileceğimizi söyledi. Ve buradan şimdi birçok insana bu deneyler için ürünler gönderildi. Ayrıca şu anda bunun deneyleri elde edilen sonuçlar bilgi olarak toplanıyor. İleride de paylaşılacak. Burada fabrikasyon ürünleri yani bir magnev cihazını otomatik olarak üreten fabrikalar için ürünler. Burada Keshe Bey'in kısa e-kitapları diyelim. Yani dijital kitapları. Burada gerçekten enteresan çok eşsiz bilgiler var. Ben bir tanesini okumuştum. Müthiş. Gerçekten. Yani bu bilgiler size başkaları tarafından öğretilmeyecek. Yani teknoloji para kazandırmıyor yani. O yüzden pek destek görmüyoruz. Vakfa bağış yapmak için yine burayı kullanabilirsiniz. Genel olarak sayfada destek almak için support kısmına tıklıyoruz. Forumları var yine. Forumlardan da faydalanabilirsiniz. Ayrıca ana sayfada şunu da göstermek isterim. Nasıl gans üretilir? Nasıl nano kaplanır? Bunun gibi çok temel bilgilerin yer aldığı bir bölüm var. Yani en alttan ulaşılabiliyor. Bunu pek kimse bilmez ama şuradan mesela ulaşılabilir. Mesela Keshe Vakfı'nın CO2 yakalama kiti talimatları PDF'si. Keshe Vakfı'nın CO2 yakalama eğitim videosu. Nano kaplama prosesi PDF formatında. yine nano kaplama videosu. Armen Bey'in yaptığı video. Bunlar isterseniz şöyle hızlıca bakalım. Resmi olarak vakfın yayınladığı dokümanlar. Bunlar temel kaynak oluşturuyor. Hızlıca. Armen Bey burada nasıl nano kaplandığını gösteriyor. Kostik yöntemiyle. Şimdilik bunlar arkadaşlar. Sorularınız var mı? Aslında bir de şu konuya da girsek belki iyi olur. Keshe Vakfı'nın Uzay Gemisi Enstitüsü isminde eğitim verdiği bir bölümü var. Şimdi ben o sayfaya bakacağım. Bu bölümde şöyle bir sayfasını açıyorum şu anda. Daha detaylı olarak nano-teknolojisi öğretilmekte. Şuna bakabiliriz. Sürekli bir öğrenci alımı var. Burada halka açık şu anda 17 dilde Türkçe dahil eğitimler verilmekte. Yani bunlar ücretsiz olur. Vakıf tarafından sağlanıyor. Ayrıca özel eğitimler dediğimiz yani dışarı kapalı sadece Zoom video uygulaması üzerinden erişilen yine bunun gibi ama belli bir şifresi olan güvenlik kontrolünden geçmiş, Dünya Barış Antlaşması'nı onaylamış belli kriterleri olan bir eğitimdir. Bu eğitimlere 18 yaşın üstündeki herkes başvurabilir. İstenen birkaç bilgi var. İşte işinizle ilgili, aldığınız eğitiminizle ilgili. Temel olarak 3 tane eğitim var. Bu Uzay Gemi Enstitüsü eğitimi. Bu bölümde eğitim alan öğrenciler uzay kültürünü öğreniyor. Uzayda yaşamayı, uzay gemisi teknolojisiyle ilgili her şeyi öğreniyorlar. Ayrıca tarım üzerine eğitim var. Yani tarım uzmanıysanız veya tarımla ilgileniyorsanız çarşamba günü haftada bir gün olan bir eğitim var. Sırf tarım üzerine ve bahçecilikle ilgilenen ya da hayvancılıkla ilgilenen kişileri tercih ettiği bir eğitim. Ayrıca tıp bölümü var. Yani bu da doktorların veya tıp uzmanlarının, veterinerlerin, diş hekimlerinin yani belli bir tıbbi sertifikaya sahip kişilerin katılabildiği eğitimler. Mesela normal vakıfta öğrenci olan birinin tıp bilgine erişimi yok. Ama tıp öğrencisi isterse belki diğer bilgilere erişebiliyor. Yani belli bir koşulla alınıyor eğitimlere ve bu da daha iyi, kaliteli, güzel bir ortam sağlıyor. Yani çok daha detaylı bilgiler var. Yani halka açık eğitimlere için şöyle bir puan versek, bir birim desek, halka kapalı veya özel eğitim dediğimiz bölümdeki bilgiler 9 diyebiliriz. Yani böyle bir oran verebiliriz. Yoğunluk açısından, detay açısından. Murat Bey sormuş. Tarım konusunda halka açık Türkçe eğitim var mı şu anda? Tarım eğitimleri var, devam ediyor her hafta. Ama şu anda altyazı olarak Türkçe yok bildiğim kadarıyla. Ama bir kontrol edebiliriz. İsterseniz şimdi bakayım. Tarım eğitimleri için bu ekranda görmüş olduğunuz sayfalar, Keshe Vakfı, Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute'te 5 tane video var. Sanırım yakında yenisi de yüklenir. Bunlar tarımla ilgilenen kişiler için yapılan kayıtlar, halka açık kayıtlar. Bunların altyazılanması çok iyi olur. Yani tabii ki şu an ben bir kontrol ediyorum altyazı olarak. Sonra.
That's good.
Gördüğünüz gibi pazar günleri yani belli günlerde halka açık eğitimler oluyor. Bunlardan faydalanabilirsiniz. Bunlar ücretsiz bilgi paylaşımları. Aynı şekilde bazı çalıştaylarda kişiler mesela tarım uygulamalarını paylaşıyor. Böyle pek çok çalıştay da oldu. Onlar içinden de bilgilerden istifade edebilirsiniz. Yani kısaca ne gördük? Çok yüksek verim artışı gördük. Yani tarım uygulamalarında normalin çok üstünde verim alınıyor. Hastalıklar çözülüyor. Hayvancılıkta antibiyotik kullanımı azalıyor. Yani İtalya'da binlerce büyükbaş hayvan olan, tavuğu olan işletmelerde plazma teknolojisi kullanılıyor ve giderek yaygınlaşıyor. Bunu söyleyebiliriz. Yine vakfın isterseniz YouTube kanalını biraz tanıyalım. Ne var burada? Nasıl ulaşıyoruz? Burada günlük olarak değişik ülkelerin halka açık eğitimleri, yeni videolar paylaşılıyor. Mesela en son Çince eğitim paylaşılmış. 8 saat önce. Buradaki oynatma listelerine girerseniz kategorizasyon halinde videoları görebilirsiniz. Burada pek çok gördüğünüz gibi ülkenin işte Fransa, Polonya, İran dili eğitimleri var. Buradan Türkçe eğitimlere de ulaşılabilir. Şimdi onlara bakıyorum. Yani bütün kaynaklara buradan ulaşabilirsiniz. Mesela bahçecilikle ilgili kaynaklar burada. İşte buradan da Türkçe eğitimler. Burada gördüğünüz Türkçe Kamu Öğretileri kanalında 24 tane video var. Şimdiye kadar sadece bir hafta sağlık iş problemi nedeniyle olmadı. Onun dışında devam ediyor eğitimler. Diğer bir kanalımızda, onu da gösterelim. Bir saniye. Diğer kanalımız Keshe Vakfı Çevreler kanalı. Bu kanalda 192 tane video var sanırım. Bu videoların özelliği altyazılanabilirler. Yani içinde Amara.org linki gördüğünüz bütün videolara açık kaynaklı. Yani isteyen herkes İngilizcesi olan girip altyazılara katkı yapabilir. Çevirileri tamamlayabilir. Örneğin mesela çocuk çalıştaylarına şöyle bir bakalım. Bu çalıştaylar 22 tane çok temel güzel bilgiler içeren çalıştaylar. Herhangi birisine girdiğiniz zaman altyazı seçeneklerine baktığınızda Türkçe'de görürsünüz. Bazen işte hatalar oluşabilir. Bunları düzeltmek isterseniz sayfanın altındaki Amara.org linkine tıklayıp bu ortamın arayüzünü kullanıp düzeltebilirsiniz. Herkes düzeltebilir. Bunu da tavsiye ederim. Yani bu insanlığın geliştirdiği bir teknoloji. Birlikte bunu geliştiriyoruz.
In a soft position, with respect.
Bu bilgiler ücretsiz paylaşılıyor bütün halka. Ve gördüğünüz gibi pek çok bilgi şu anda hazır. Haftalık olarak çalıştaylarımızın pek çoğunu yani 2-3 gün içinde altyazıları yapılmaya başlanıyor. Buradan takip edebilirsiniz. Mesela bu en son 159. çalıştay başlamış yani altyazı yapılmaya. Birkaç gün içinde gönüllü katkılarla beraber tamamlanacaktır. Daha sonra biz de çalıştayımızı da gösteririz bunları. Evet, yani bu kanalda katkı yapmak isterseniz her zaman açık sağlık eğitim videoları var. Örneğin 48 tane. Bunların altyazıları olması gerçekten çok güzel olur. Büyük bir bilgi hazinesi insanlar kazanmış olur. Genel olarak bunlardan bahsedebiliriz. Sorularınız var mı arkadaşlar?
İyi geceler Umut Bey. Merhabalar.
Merhaba, iyi geceler. Buyurun.
Umut Bey, birkaç noktadan paylaşımım olsun istiyorum. Hem sorum. Öncelikle tabii olabildiğince çok kişiyle paylaşmaya çalışıyoruz bu teknolojiyi her anlamda. Soruları gelmeye başladı. Patent numarası. Tabii buradaki sertifikalar bölümüne yönlendiriyoruz ama patent numarası var mı gibi sorular gelmeye başladı. Böyle bir bilgi edinme şansımız var mı acaba?
Şimdi şöyle, yani Keshe Bey bu teknolojiyi geliştirdiği zaman patente başvuruyor. Ve patent diyor. Niye? Yani bir başkası bunu patentleyip bu benim demesin diye. Ama sonra yani herhangi bir kendisinde ifade ettiği gibi yani bunun dışında bir şey yok. Yani patentleri ben şimdi size göstereceğim. Google'dan ben bulmuştum bir tanesini. İsterseniz bakabilirsiniz.
Siteden hani soran arkadaşlarımız için ne yapabiliriz, nereye yönlendirebiliriz?
Tam olarak anlayamadım. Yani patent niçin soruluyor?
Valla işte güven, işte insanlar kolaya ve güzele inanmakta zorlanıyorlar. Güven konusunda siteye yönlendirdik. Orada sertifikalara yönlendirdik. İşte yok patent numarası var mı?
Anlıyorum. Yani Keshe Bey yani pek kendini ifade etmiyor ama yani 9 dalda doktora sahibi bir profesör insan ve bu alanda nükleer mühendis olarak çok saygın. Uzay teknolojisi konusunda da eserlerini görüyoruz. Yani paylaşımlarını görüyoruz. Ben az önce Google'da bir arama yaptım. Paylaşabilirim. Yani buyurun bakın. İsterseniz buradan patentlere ulaşabiliyorsunuz. Google'a bakalım. Yani tarafsız bir site olarak.
İsmini yazdığımızda tamam. Bu da güzel kaynak oluşturur.
Tabii ki yani buradaki patentler bile başlı başına bir kitap. Yani buradan öğrenecek çok şey var. Yani buradaki bilimsel yaklaşım kusursuz. Biz bu teknolojiden zeka düzeyimize göre faydalanıyoruz. Yani oldukça ileri bir teknoloji yani. Bakın ne kadar detaylı yani. Her şey en kusursuz şekilde yapılmış. Diğer patente de bakabiliriz. Yani bilim dünyasında şöyle bir problem var. Yani her şeyi anlıyoruz ama yer çekimi nasıl meydana geliyor? Ya da gezegenler nasıl çalışıyor? Yani bir motor yok içinde. Nasıl dönüyor bir gezegen? Yani bunun açıklanmasını Keshe Bey'e kadar kimse yapamadı. Ne dediler örneğin? Işığın belli bir hızı vardır madde seviyesinde. İşte onu geçemez. Ama biz çok basit. Keshe Bey'in anlatımından sonra anlayabiliriz ki mıknatısı yaklaştırırsanız veya güneşe yaklaştıkça alanlar daha hızlanır. Yani güneşin yüzeyindeki ışığın hızıyla dünyamıza ulaştığındaki ışık hızı aynı değil. Her ortam farklı bir şekilde kendini gösteriyor. Yani biz şu vücut yapısına niye sahibiz? Çünkü ortamdaki atmosferin kalınlığı veya etrafımızda bizi kuşatan manyetik veya çekimsel alanlar bunu belirliyor. Biz hep yani gördüğümüze inandık ama görmediğimiz aslında yani plazma yaratıcı ya da her şeyi dikte eden. Temelde yanlış olunca yani anlayamadığımız için yer çekiminin nasıl oluştuğunu fiziğimiz, kimyamız, biyolojimiz, elementler hakkındaki bilgilerimiz, her şeyimiz, uzay teknolojimiz bile yani yoldan çıkmış durum. Yani roketle uzaya gidilmeye çalışıyor ve yakıt yakarak, benzinle. Yani bu da öyle bir yapılaşmış durumda ki maalesef NASA'dan bile yani büyük dirençler görüyoruz. Yani Keshe Bey NASA'dan sansürlenmiş. Yani çok tehlikeli ve korkuyla takip ediyorlar kendisini. Yani plazmanın işe yaradığını biliyorlar. Keshe Bey bunu da ispatlıyor teknolojisini reaktörleriyle. Ancak yeterli destek alınmıyor. Çünkü bu teknoloji birilerinin düzenine uymuyor. Yani bu da ne demek? Savaş insanları bu teknolojiyi istemiyor.
Aynen öyle. İnsanlarımızda da maalesef bilinçaltı çok kirli durumda. güzele, kolaya, iyiye inanmakta çok zorlanıyorlar hakikaten. Resmen onun da bir mücadelesi var. Şöyle Türkiye'den de inşallah doktor arkadaşlarımız eğitimlere başvuracaklar. Ben bunları da inşallah kendilerinin ifadesine dayanarak söylüyorum.
Evet, harika olur. Kesinlikle çok iyi olur.
Aynen. Hatta bir arkadaşımız başvurmuş, henüz cevap alamamış. Artı bir arkadaşımızla da bağlantı kurduk. Toplamda 3 arkadaş katılmak üzere devreye girecekler diye düşünüyorum inşallah. Ve bundan da öte
Çok güzel.
bizim amacımız, aynen sizlerin de amacı, Türkiye'yi taşıyabilmek. Örneğin Türkiye'de değil mi? Neden de Avrupa'ya ya da Gana'ya gidilsin? Bu plazma hastanesi açılabilmesi. Ki bu
Evet.
söz arkadaşlarımız alternatif tıpla bağlantılı klinikleri olan kişiler. İnşallah bu düşüncelerimizden bahsettik. Hoşlarına gitti. Tabii olabileceğini belirttiler. Bu konuda da inşallah adımlar atılabilir. Hatta Keshe Vakfı'nın işbirliği halinde olduğunu belirttik biz.
Şunu da ifade etmemiz lazım. Yani bu tür mesela Gana'daki oluşumu, atom konumundaki yapıyı Keshe Vakfı'nın bir öğrencisi, yani Benjamin Bey meydana getirdi, sebep oldu. Yani daha önce vakıftan eğitim alan kişi ülkesine götürdü bu teknoloji ve getirdiği pozisyonda görüyoruz. Arman Bey aynı şekilde Amerika'da. Yani şu anda fabrikanın başında. Yani bütün her şeyle ilgileniyor en başından beri. Diğer bir öğrenci Alex Bey. Yani geliştirdikleri pilleriyle tanıyoruz kendisini. Yani pek çok işte yaşam kabul dediğimiz pek çok şeyi geliştiren kişi. Yani bunu şekillendiren öğrenciler bizleriz. Yani neden olmasın? Ben şunu sormasını isterim yani çalıştaylarda, Perşembe günleri. Yani Keshe Bey ne zaman Türkiye'ye geliyorsunuz ya da hiç geldiniz mi? Ya da gelseniz nasıl olur? Ne yapabiliriz? Yani neden olmasın? Bu ortamdaki zeka düzeyi veya alma kapasitesi belirleyecek veya ortam belirleyecek.
Aynen. Aynen. Bizlerin niyeti, adımları belirli. Çok haklısınız. Her şey mümkündür. Ve neden Türkiye olmasın? Onun güzel hayali içindeyiz ve önce her şey hayal ve düşünceyle başlıyor. Daha sonra somut adımlarla arkasını takip ediyor. İnşallah bu arkadaşlarımız bazında işte kendi hastalarında ve çevrelerinde işte ağrı kedi olsun, ağrı kalemi olsun, ufak ufak kullanım ve denemelerini de devreye sokmaya başladık. Güzel sonuçlar alacağımızı düşünüyorum. Kendi bazımızda da güzel sonuçlar var. Ağrı kaleminden, ağrı petlerinden. İsterseniz ben 2 tanesini paylaşayım.
Tabii ki bu. Harika, güzel ya.
Keyif veriyor. Gerçekten çok keyif veriyor. Örneğin bir tanesinde bu Ankara'dayız biz. Çok yoğun bir kış yaşadık. Aynen diğer tüm Türkiye'deki gibi. Rusya daha vahimdir herhalde büyük ihtimalle. Karlı bir gündü, yerler buz doluydu ve arkadaşım market alışverişine gitmişti. Orada düşmüş beyefendi. Kolunun üzerine ve kırığı son anda atlatmış. Ki normalde o kolunu hiç hareket ettirmemesi lazım. En az 20 gün, 15 gün. Geldi, bir araya geldi. Kalemi de yanına almamış. Hemen tabii ki devreye soktuk. En fazla 2-2,5 dakika içinde ağrı onun ifadesiyle %80 oranında azaldı ve kolu kaldırır hale geldi. Yine büyüler hakikaten ve o kadar düzenli kullanmamasına rağmen 2-3 gün içinde de kolu yani bütünüyle iyileşmişti. Bunlardan birisi ve yine 2 gün önce farklı bir arkadaşımızla yine benzer bir deneyim yaşadık. Diş konusunda. Akupunkturu hani hep paylaşıyoruz etken olduğunu. Birebir yaşadık. Kalemin akupunktur noktalarından kullanılması arkadaşlar. Dişindeki şey gevşemiş, hava almış, diş kaplaması söz konusu arkadaşımızın. Ve bir anda sancısı tuttu. Elini kafasına tuttu. Böyle kafasını elinin arasına aldı daha doğrusu. Acı içinde kıvrandı. Ben de hemen kaleme aldım. Akupunktur noktası da aklıma gelmedi o telaşla. Kıvranıyor çünkü karşımızdaki kişi. Hemen ayağının altına rastgele gezdirmeye başladım. Bu çok hassas bir yapısı var kendisinin. Akışı hissedince dedi Serap Hanım orada durun. Orada durun. Biraz zonklama artar gibi olunca zaten onun işareti doğru nokta olduğunu fark ettik. Ve 1,5 dakika içinde falan ağrı zınk diye deyim yerindeyse kesildi. Umut Bey. Şaşkın bir şekilde gözlerimizin içine baktık. Yani sayısız örneklerini yaşıyoruz, biliyoruz bu bir bilim, inanılacak bir şey değil ama hepimizin en olumlu olanların bile bilinçaltı o kadar örülü ki her seferinde hala şaşırmaya devam ediyoruz. Aklıma gelen bu iki sonucu da paylaşmak istedim bu vesileyle.
Çok güzel. Kırık konusunda özellikle Keshe Bey petlerin çok işe yarayabileceğini söylemişti. Kendisi de bir gün yani hattan düşüyor. 10-15 tane küçük kırık oluşuyor. Yani bunun 5-10 gün içinde iyileşip yine günlük 5 saatlik eğitimlerine devam edebildiğini söylemişti. Yani herkes çok şaşırmış bu kadar hızlı nasıl iyileşebildiğini.
Evet.
Kırık ve yaralanmalar da çok faydası oluyor.
Evet, evet. Aynen petlerde de öyle. Bu anlamda çok keyifliyiz. Bu patent konusunda da yeni işte bazı kişilerden sorular geldi. O anlamda daha detaylı bilgi alabilirsiniz.
Teknolojinin bilimsel olarak yani kanıtı Keshe Bey'in kitapları, TEPCO firmasının tutumu, şimdiye kadar yayınlanan yazılar, sonuçlar, insanların ifadeleri ve kendisinin yaşadığı sıkıntılar yani devam etti. Bunlara bakarak anlayabilirsiniz yani ne kadar.
Aynen, aynen. Ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Çok sağ olun.
Evet, bir de şöyle bir konu var. Yani insan özgüvenini kaybediyor. Niye? Sürekli mesela inanmak için, bilmek için hep otoritelere güvenmek zorundayız. Yani insanların özgüvenini almışlar. Yani bu da otoriteler veya doğru yanlış merkezleri. Yani o nedenle de yeni bir şeyin kabulü zor oluyor. Ama vakfın yani bilimsel anlamda da yani atom kurumunda pek çok testi yapıldı. İtalya'da yine devam eden testler var. Ürünlerinin sertifika sahibi olması ve deneyenlerin sonuçları bunun en güzel işareti. Yani bilgilerin de açık kaynakla verilmesi bu da bir işaret olarak görebilirsiniz. En doğrusu tabii kendinizin denemesi. Yani bir gam üretin, bir kalem yapın, bakın çalışıyor mu? O zaman başka hiç kimse, hiçbir otoriteye ihtiyacınız kalmıyor, kalmaz.
Doğru. Peki ben çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Rica ederim. İyi akşamlar.
İyi akşamlar.
Sorusu olan mı arkadaşlar? Paylaşmak isteyen ya da
Ben bir şeyler söylemek istiyorum. Bu tıp konusunda. Yüzyılın başında iki tane bilim adamı vardı. Birisi Edison'du, birisi Tesla'ydı. Bunların bir tanesi teknolojiyi paraya çevirmeye çalışıyordu kafası. Yani, ama Tesla halkla paylaşma taraftarıydı. Bence Tesla iyi adamdı ama Edison teorisini pratiğe getirme konusunda, ürünü tanıtma, pazarlama konusunda çok daha başarılıydı. Edison galip geldi. 100 sene kaybetti. Yani Tesla'nın enerjinin doğadan ücretsiz temin edilmesi fikri 100 sene kaybetti. Ben tıpçı arkadaşlara şunu söylemek istiyorum. Nacizane söylüyorum bunu. Yani yapılan çalışmaları başarısız gördüğümden, küçümsediğimden falan değil. Türkiye'de bir tane kanser hastası, bir tane Alzheimer hastası, bir tane ALS hastası, bir tane de Parkinson hastası iyileştirin siz. Yani cesaret edin, iyileştirin. Sadece o 4 tane hastalıktan birer tane örneğiniz olsun. Bugüne kadar 15 senedir yapılan çalışmaların semeresini 3 ayın içerisinde alacağınıza eminim yani. Bunu pratiğe dökmeden, insanlara kanıt sunmadan hiçbir şey başarmak mümkün değil. Naçizane böyle düşünüyorum.
Anlıyorum. Yani tabii ki şu anda vakıf pek çok kolda çalışmalar yürütüyor. Sağlık bunlardan bir tanesi. Ve kanser ve AIDS üzerine şu anda denemelerde olan, uygulamalar yapılan kişiler var. Yani Klaus Bey kendi kanser hastaları üzerinde bir sürü deniyor. Geçen haftaki çalıştayda da kemoterapi kullanmadan bir kanserin, ölüme gidecek bir kanserin değişimi gösterilmişti. Yani insanlarda şöyle bir beklenti var. Yani burada bir şey yok. Yani birileri buradan zengin olma kaygısı yok. Yani bu insanlık kendisi için geliştirdi. Yani bu bir sağlık otoritesi değil. Yani bu vakıf. Burada dünya barışı. Herkes de elinden geleni yapıyor mutlaka. Tabii ki.
Evet. Mesela bu biraz önce bahsettiğim konuyu ben yazacağım genele. Yani bir Türkçe metin halinde. Birisi onu Türkçeleştirecektir eminim. Diyelim ki bu Ömer abimiz bizim. Ben bu Ömer abimizi Facebook grubu, başka bir grupta, bir hobi grubunda 3000-4000 kişilik bir grupta şu anda 3-4 bin insan bu Ömer abi için üzülüyor. Şair bir insan bu. Sayfalarına baktım. Yani sadece o şiirlere üzülürsünüz. Yani o insanı kaybettiği, o şiirlerin biteceğine üzülürsünüz. Diyelim ki bu 3-4 bin kişinin takip ettiği bu Facebook grubunda biz bu Ömer abiyi iyileştirdik. Siz düşünebiliyor musunuz? Yani 3-4 bin insan bir anda Keshe çalışmaları sayesinde bir insanın dansın işte kana enjekte, damara enjekte edilmesi yoluyla çok kemoterapi gibi eziyetli ve pahalı yöntemlere uğraşılmadan iyileşebildiğini gördüğünde 3-4 bin insanın bir ikinci basamakta kaç insana ulaşacağını, onun üçüncü basamakta kaç insana ulaşacağını düşünebiliyor musunuz? Yani çığır oluruz bir anda. O yüzden cesaret diyorum biraz tıpçılara özellikle. Yani bir enjeksiyon yapılacak diyelim. O enjeksiyonu yemin ediyorum Ömer abi için ben hani kaç sene yatılır ben göze alıp yapacağım yani. Damara girmeyi bilsem deseler ki bana bu iğne yapılınca bu iyileşme ihtimali var. Diyelim ki Ömer abi kabul edecek. Onu göze alamayan tıpçı yoksa ben gireceğim o damara yani. Anlatabiliyor muyum? Buna cesaret edecek bir tane tıpçı olması lazım yani.
Yani bizim sağlığımız bizim değil. Yani bizim sağlığımız devletin veya doktorların yani. Böyle yani bir insanı tedavi edemezsiniz. Yani bu yasalar var, kanunlar var, kurallar var. Yani her ortamın bir kabul ediş şekli var. Yani bunu da her ortamın yani sorgulayan, düşünen kişileri alıp bunu deneyip o şekilde alacak. Yani bu zorla getirilen bir şey değil. Yani bu teknoloji ortama uyum sağlıyor. Yani Gana'daki ortam müsaitmiş. Yani oradaki insanlar bunu istemiş. Orada yerleşti. Yani orada hastaneye gidip tedavi olabiliyor oradaki insanlar. Her ülkenin ve hatta şöyle bir durum var. Yani Keshe Bey ifade etmişti. Yani ileride belki de diyor yani bizim tıp dediğimiz şey yasa dışı olacak. Yani şu andaki durum tam tersi. Yani
şu anki tıp yasa dışı hale gelecek diyorsunuz. Doğrudur.
ve ana kanal yani. Tıp da alternatif olacak. Yani bunu böyle bir düşünce benim anlayabildiğim kadarıyla ifade etmişti yani. Tabii ki bunun anlaşılması için hepimizin bir şeyler vermesi, denemesi. Yani çalışmamız lazım açıkçası.
Yani şimdi şöyle bir şey ya bu enjeksiyon diyelim ki hazır bir yerde başka bir yerde işte bir kısım hayvanlar üzerinde yapıldı. Artı işte nükleer kimyasal etkileri var mı? Nedir o toksik özellikleri var mı? Onlar araştırıldı. Toksik olmadığı görüldü. Yani orada öyle bir çözüm duruyor. Bizim Ömer abi burada ölümü bekliyor. Bu çok acı bir şey yani. Buna çok üzülüyorum. Mesela bir enjeksiyon yapılacak diyelim. Bir ihtimal var. %1 bile olsa bir insanın hayatı kurtulacak. Ama şeyler bir araya gelmiyor. Yani imkanlar bir araya gelmiyor bir türlü. Pratikte çok eksik var yani. Ben onu söylemek istiyorum.
Biraz da zeka düzeyiyle ilgili. Yani belki biraz fazla hızlı anlatılıyor. Yani daha yavaş anlatmak lazım. Tane tane anlatmak lazım. Yani bir insanın yani buradaki buluşun ne kadar büyük olduğunu nasıl izah edebilir? Yani bu kolay bir problem değil yani. Yani insanlar yani o kadar çok insan var. Radyo açması da bilmiyor. Yani bu derece yani çoğunluğa baktığımız zaman bu da ayrı bir süreç istiyor yani. Ne kadar tekrarlasak da ne kadar anlaşılabiliyor. Yani Şu anda elimizde duran plazma teknolojisi, uzay gemisi teknolojisi. Bunun patentleri, bilim adamları da artık biliyor yani işe yaradığını. Ama elleri kolları bağlı hepimizin. Yani çoktan doğmadan önce belki de satıldık. Yani birilerine düşünemiyoruz bile yani. İnşallah bu çalışmıyor. Evet arkadaşlar, sorunuz var mı? Paylaşmak istedikleriniz. Okey, o halde bugünlük bu kadar diyelim. Haftaya devam etmek üzere. Kendinize iyi bakın. Şimdi kaydı durduruyorum. Herkese tekrar teşekkür ederim. Keşke bak güzel görünmüş olarak.
Emeğiniz iyi akşamlar olsun.
İyi akşamlar.